into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Go. into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. You're joined by me, Contra, as we also do have our homeboy, Sir Cloud, here on the desk. Well, virtual desk, actually. It's great to see you here. How are you feeling, buddy?
Oh, brand new day, day number 2. Things just got warmed up yesterday, so today we're going to turn up the heat. And literally, it is quite hot at where I am, but I'm sure it's even hotter on the battleground today, later on.
Yeah, definitely so, because we've got some of the best teams all across the globe, I dare say, to be duking it all out as we're still within the group stages. What I really do love about this season is that we're also implementing Smash Roll when it comes down to the grand finals, so it'll definitely be ultra spicy.
Oh yeah, just like the meal that I just had was a little bit spicy, but I'm sure it's not as spicy as what the players will face later on. So today, since it's still going to be day number 2 of the playoffs, it's all about setting the tone and who will be the best 16 teams to move in the grand finals before, for the first time in our Ruthless Invitational Showdown series, we will be experiencing the Smash Roll.
That's right, and of course, if you guys are brand new to what exactly is the Smash Roll, is that we will have a benchmark point being set by the top team in a concluded day, and that points will be added with another 10 points, and that will be basically a benchmark where teams will have to reach, and of course, once they reach those points, they need to secure a chicken dinner to close out the entirety of the finals. It may look confusing. I guess we'll definitely be showing you guys some graphics as well as how the format will go for the entirety of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, I still notice that people like in the community still confused about the Smash Roll, but I can totally understand that. You know, it reminds me back in the day when we introduced for the first time the Super Weekend format, and everyone goes like, "Oh, how do you get into Super Weekend? What does Super Weekend mean? How does that affect the finals?" Well, it took like some time, and then people start to get used to it, and then everyone starts to naturally understand the Super Weekend format. I believe it's going to be the same for Smash Roll. And the Smash Roll has already been deployed or being played out like in the PMSL or even in the recent PMHI and also the upcoming PMWC. So over time, I believe everyone will get accustomed to it. And there's already been an official announcement that we will see the Smash Roll in official tournaments throughout the year.
Yeah, that is extremely exciting, especially when it comes down to the upcoming EWC, where all of these teams most likely will be seeing them going face to face. So if you guys are joining for the very first time, this will be the usual point system as follows: 10 points for the chicken dinner, second place of 6. As you can see, the numbers decrease based on their position. 9 to 16 will not walk away with any placement points. Therefore, every elimination absolutely counts for them to top the groups and make their way to the finals.
Oh yeah, the point system, pretty standard at this point, at this moment, right? First place chicken dinner every round will receive the 10 points. So don't worry about being confused about, oh, is there a new format during the playoff stages? Nah, no new format. Everyone's just gonna play their regular game. Points are going to be counted regularly, and we will find out who's the best 16 teams at the end of the playoff stage to move on to the grand final. So no surprises yet here. But just to give you guys an idea of how the calendar would be, so today is day number 2, the 5th of July, and we will run the playoffs until the 9th of July. And then the best 16 teams will be playing the grand final starting the 10th to 13th of July. And in case you need a written idea on how the Smash Roll is, well, you can refer to the roadmap that's on screen.
That's right, as we got all the teams to be battling for the top 18 spots, and therefore only the best 18 will make it to the grand finals. So the teams who are playing in the finals will actually look to at least set a high benchmark. Therefore, they will have the very final day, or should I say day 4, to have the Smash Rule being applied. So definitely extremely exciting to actually see how these will be playing out over the course of the upcoming days, as we're already at our second day of the playoffs, so there's still plenty more to play for. So hopefully we'll get to see a whole lot of great action coming from all the teams out there. And if you guys are wondering who exactly we'll be playing, we'll be showing you guys in a moment's time.
Oh yeah, your favorite teams are definitely going to be playing here. In case it's the first time that you watch the Ruthless Invitational Showdown series, they will be playing every single day through a rotation. So we were going through a round robin format later on. And of course, your favorite teams, and I know a lot of you out there have your respective favorite teams, whether it's Horaa Esports, whether it's A1, whether it's BTR, they will be playing. So stay tuned. We will reintroduce to you guys again in case it's your first time or your first day watching and you missed day number 1. That's okay. We'll bring it on to you on screen later on. But also, just to reiterate on the hit start points. Now, this is something that if you've been following the official PUBG Mobile tournaments, you might be familiar with it. But if not, then this is how it will be at the grand finals later.
True enough, and of course, those who have grinded their way through the playoff stage and ends up at number 1 spot, they will start with a solid 20-pointer. That's equivalent to 2 chicken dinners. That does not mean that teams who are not positioned highly in the standings have no chance. They just really have to grind their way in order to just secure the best possible head start that they could have a little bit more of an ease to catch up to the rest of the field. So that being said, it definitely will be very, very tough for these guys to cope with the current pressure of, meeting up with the rest of the best in the world and also looking to solidify their standings. And true enough, this is one of the off-season tournaments which will lead right into the PNWC.
Right. And also, again, on the Smash rule for all of you out there, in case anyone is still not very familiar. So the Smash rule works in this way, right? So the number one team in the grand finals after the first 3 days, right, will be plus 10 points. The plus 10 points will be the match point. So that will be the goal on the final day, which is on the 13th of July. A team that reaches match point, scores the chicken dinner in the next round, will end the day. So the day could end as early as 2 games. That's possible. But if it goes all the way, it goes to a maximum of a total of 18 matches. So in that one particular day, it will be 6 games for them to play. So that's something to note off in the Smash Roll. If it gets too confusing about Smash Roll, don't worry. As long as you stay tuned to us, you will get what the Smash Roll is as we roll through the games.
Sure enough, at the very least, for these couple of days, we don't really have to worry about it because teams are still looking to qualify for the grand finals. Therefore, I think the teams are more concerned about getting themselves into the top 18 because we got so many stacked rosters out here. It's kind of hard to really pick who's going to be the favorites out there. I mean, there's definitely a lot of popular names that we have absolutely seen great results out of, and these are just some of the few that we are about to bring up. So in Group Red, we got some stacked teams coming in from Southeast Asia, from South Asia, and also the Damwon Kia coming in from Korea, and not forgetting Alpha 7 coming in from Brazil.
Yeah, and in Group Green, we have Boom Esports, Talon, Voin Donkey, A14 Thrice, Team Secret, Yangon Galacticos, APG, and of course Group Yellow as what you've seen. But we will also revisit not only the teams, but also the players that have registered inside of it. Now, some of these teams, it's an off-season tournament, and some of these players, they like to use different names or pseudo-names or hide their names. So apologies if we don't know who the players of RRQ are. 33 Korean name, and I don't know how to read that, but we're just trying to roll with it.
Yeah, if only we could speak to the boys of Dplus Kia, then maybe we'll know what exactly that will be. But look at the rest. We do have familiar faces coming in from FaZe Clan, MGN Vikings, and also Dplus Kia. So we'll definitely expect pretty much them to be pretty much hard-hitting hitting into today's schedule. Now look at the rest of the field as well. We got Boom Esports, Talon, Voin Donkey, A1. A lot of all these names hailing from Indonesia, where I want to see them really go at each other. And I'm really glad to also see more involvement coming from A1.
Yeah, and of course, one of the most popular teams right now in Myanmar, the champions of PMCL, Yangon Galacticos is here as well, represented by Cloud, Romeo Boy, Smile, and Mernat. And of course, APG, Alpha Gaming, the powerhouse of the CSA region. And here we do have BTR, GLU Squad, Vampire Esports, and D Xavier. Now again, some of these names are like pseudo names. Like if we look at D Xavier, there's like DX2504, DX Tau, D Xavier, DX Defang. Well, honestly, we don't know who they are, but what's most important is that whether they'll be able to put in a performance in the battleground.
True enough, it's all about putting on the show right now. And also we're involving Kinotrope Gaming coming in from Japan, where we are seeing brand new names added to the fold. I want to see how well will they cope with this stacked roster coming in from the rest of the field, and what exactly will their current playstyle gonna be like. And look at yesterday's run, we definitely do have Nobu to be the main hitman of the block, to be the MVP back in day one. I wonder who's gonna be able to match up to his record right now with 17 eliminations to really book out the matches. And look at that absurd amount of damage. It's just absolutely unreal.
Yeah, the current reigning global MVP is also the overall MVP as of now. And that's why Dplus, yeah, they are at number one at this moment. Of course, contributed heavily by Nobu himself. And besides Nobu, we also got to highlight some of the other players that is catching up to him. Razak coming in at second place from Voin Donkey. And then we have Nobu's teammate, Fabian, at third place. Fourth place is Osal, also from Dplus here, and then we have Mernat from Yangon Galacticos. So no wonder that Dplus here, they are number one right now, because they have at least 3 representatives here in the road to MVP.
True enough, they work absolutely as a unit. And of course, look at YG. You've already mentioned how well they performed back in their PMCL region, and this is where they're showing off what they've got with the rest of the world setting their eyes onto today's schedule. And of course, not forgetting, we also do have 4 tries there on Falak to also catch up to speed too. That being said, we want to see a whole lot more coming from inside of 4T if they do have more left in the tank for today. Well, is it going to be another day of Dplus Kia's dominance? We shall see later on.
Oh yeah, consistency is going to be key, right? But during the playoffs, the objective is just to remain in the top 16. If you're able to get that number one, well, consider it a flex, right? And speaking about the number one, Dplus Kia is now ahead of everyone else with 67 points. But because it's only day one, so the points are still close enough. Voin Donkey, second place, 52 points. So it's a 15-point gap between the two teams. And then we have fourth, the Rise. But the highlight here is, I would say, Yangon Galacticos being up there in the top 5 amongst these other teams that scored their respective chicken dinner without a chicken dinner themselves. So no chicken dinner, no problem for Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, and they're managing to match up to the tempo of 4 tries, who did manage to secure a chicken dinner from yesterday. While A7 have not gotten the full momentum after getting themselves only a chicken dinner, but you know, they have a couple of all these tough altercations that didn't really see them thrive all too much, but they are at least match up with BTR as well as Nongshim Red Force with a total of 24 points. Whereas, look at the midfield, we got Boom, Team Secret, A1, Talon, Alter Ego, who's still looking for rhythm as well. Most of these teams are still sitting around the 14-15 point margin, so a lot of work to be done. While we look at the rest of the pack, even with our stars of APG, they're also somewhere, and that's up 17th spot. Same goes to Vampire Esports, 7-9, Arena, one of Thailand's finest. To also look for more coming into today's schedule. So, of course, a lot of fans are waiting to see if Horaa Esports can bounce back from the gutter.
Oh yeah, Horaa Esports, number 23 at the moment. Basically, page number 3 is the page that nobody wants to be in because it's the elimination page, basically. But there's still a lot more games to go. Including today, we'll be switching between Erangel and Miramar, going back and forth. And besides switching the maps, we'll also be switching the groups as well. So in case you don't see your favorite team in that particular match, they'll definitely be back in the following match. Now, focusing on the first match for today, we're going to highlight onto group red and green. So here are your favorite teams. And I must say, group red, it's a pretty stacked group.
It is a very, very stacked group, if you ask me. And to me, what's really surprising is that Dplus here have managed to not only best them, but to maintain that level of consistency. Just tells you how strong this team from South Korea actually is. So I'm definitely looking forward for a whole lot more. But when we start things off, I believe that it's going to be pretty much a steady kind of tempo. If it's going to be Sanok, then maybe you might see even teams like YG to be thriving. So I'm definitely liking on how things are kicking off right now as well. We move right into predictions. So I'll let you go first.
Dplus, yeah. Dplus, yeah. Let's go. Dplus.
You're not even second guessing. You're not even hesitating. The moment I say prediction time, you're like Dplus, Kia. Okay, that's sorted for you. I'm going for something different. I think YG is absolutely onto something. They got like, what, 40 points without chicken dinner. I think they might be able to pull off a win here.
Okay, Yangon Galacticos for Contra. All right, let's go. Let's lock that in.
I love that this season we're getting experts prediction.
Yeah.
They're no longer production. They're experts. Okay, experts, tell me what you got right now.
Oh!
I'm outnumbered. I'm sure in the chat, some of you guys might be on my side, or you guys are supporting some other team out there as well. Tell us who you guys are rooting for. And of course, if you guys are in the chat already, of course do us a favor, hit that subscribe button if you guys haven't already, or even drop a like button as well if you guys are currently watching from YouTube. And this is where we've been broadcasting. So you guys are telling me that Dplus Kia is going to go on the streak. Tell me why.
Well, I hope the expert can actually come on the broadcast one of these days to like tell us why, because now they are the experts, right? So let's see. I'm feeling good with my prediction, with the fact that the experts' prediction also took Dplus Kia. But I mean, do we really need to explain why? I mean, the only team with 2 chicken dinners now, the number 1 team, the daily MVP is Nobu. Road to MVP, you have 3 players in it. So yeah, I guess all the stats do favor there. But who knows, right? Because they had an excellent game in the first 2 games yesterday. And then their second 2 games, they kind of chill off. But because they scored those 2 chicken dinners, they can afford to chill.
I do agree. That's the reason why I'm kind of saving this pick for later on, to be honest. So we'll have to see, but they definitely have shown great results back in Erangel, and we shall start right here, right now. This is Ruthless Invitational Showdown as we kick off from Stalber, headed all the way to the southern island of Nosco Military Base.
Oh, here we go, baby. Game number 1 for day number 2. And the first day for both of us on the broadcast. So we're really excited to see who will kick things off. But while we wait for the players to land, let's check out some of the stats. Top players, most eliminations, Nobu. Nobu for most knockouts. Nobu. He's probably going to dominate the chart. There you go. Most headshots even.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised, as he's definitely offering a whole lot of damage. And you're probably going to see names like Fabian or even his teammate also to be out here as well. And speaking of which, here you go. Number 2 for also in the amount of damage being done. while elimination-wise, we've seen it already that Murnat has been able to kind of match up to the tempo of what they bring right over on the day 1. Now, day 2, the big question here is, are there going to be any form of hot drops? Now that we're going in between groups, we're already hearing gunshots, and I guess we've got ourselves some answers inside of Yasna Polyana.
Talon and Horaa Esports for Yasnaya. Every season we'll see this sort of fight, especially with the flight path just above Yasnaya. Circle though won't be on top of the flight path, it will be all the way on the left side where Gatka Field is at. And right now it seems like Horaa Esports, they lost Sky very early on. But they try to fight back against Talon. And Talon, they managed to recover their one player just below this house. And we do have a player called Raboyaza. Okay, this is a new name here for me.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure if I am familiar with the FaZe as well. So, well, I believe that he's definitely played perhaps a couple of rounds out there for Talon. Yoru definitely is no strangers when it comes down to playing back in the Indonesian circuit. So now going up against Sleepy, one of South Asia's finest, especially in whatever weapons you give him in close combat, he's going to make it work. But we already have No Fear on the ground, needing a little bit of help coming for Sleepy. He does put one down. Go all down to the rest of Talon to hold them back. Jingle now, looking for Pete, but the jump shot comes through.
Oh, and Raboya only has like, what, 10% of health left? Easily gunned down. Only left with Yoru for Talon Esports. He does have a DBS, a very clutchable weapon. And he has to do the business for his team. I believe it's going to be a 1v1 right now. It's going to be a DBS versus DBS, but from the inside! Sleepy, one of the past finals, like what you said, will pull off a clutch. And Horaa Esports will win the domination in Yasnaya.
Could you see how many times Sleepy was almost eliminated by the corner window? He was going for that safe for No Fear to be back up, but even by one slight pixel, those members of Talon could not catch him. He's just that quick. And it's just ridiculous that he walked away with broad daylight murder.
Yeah, it was so close, right? It was so close. And the fact that he's still able to pick up his other teammates so they'll be playing as a duo, it's not that bad. And you also kind of stamp a little bit of dominance inside of Yasnaya, telling Talon to like, okay, next time we meet, don't come near us in Yasnaya. Yasnaya is ours now. So this is a good start for Horaa.
Yeah, this is the best possible start out there. Especially having a rough day 1, this definitely boosts a little bit more of that confidence. Talon Esports will have to lick their wounds though. We'll have to see on these upcoming rounds of Erangel if they're going to be looking for change or, you know, sometimes the ego does not allow it. You know, like they'll just clash and clash until somebody taps out. But at this moment, you know, they just really got to sit this round out while Dplus Kia haven't found target yet. They're just about to move out of school and into the zone. The last we saw on this facility, it's very southwest centric. So a lot of all these rooms around areas like Gatka is readily available. If you're looking at Ferry Pier, maybe it's going to be already occupied by some of all these teams out there. And the other player that dropped out other than, you know, those members out of Talon as well as Horaa is one member out of Alter Ego and also surprisingly, even Voin Donkey. So a lot of casualties from the teams coming from the PMSL SEA.
Yeah, I believe Yangon Galacticos clashed with Voin Donkey during the Yasnaya fight. And Voin Donkey, they lost that one player. But you asked for Dplus Care, looks like they got on the elimination board. Took out a player of Boom Esports while they were traveling last we checked. And a couple of other players of Boom Esports, they managed to breach through. They're currently in the circle. Dplus Care playing by the edge, so they could be waiting by the edge of the circle. If any other team rotates in on that direction, they'll take the shot again.
Sure enough, and that's a beautiful angle for Woon T to work with, as those members of Boom Esports were actually scrambling away from those members of Dplus Care and straight into the direction of the Vikings. From the pan to the fire, and doesn't seem like there's much of a reprieve for now, but you know, the field of Gatka is always so wide, so plenty of space to play around with, but I don't think that the Vikings are going to let them off so easily. So some damage still being done for the moment with an off angle on the fields being held by Tinzin. Well, I'm trying to pronounce his name properly. So how do you say this again? Tins?
I'll call it some youth time. Well, at least you have youth time to learn Vietnamese. It's okay.
Oh, wow. Do we have to like take a trip down there and like ask these boys out?
Oh, with a budget of less than 500 ringgit, sure.
Surely. I guess we could get that done. Just need a sponsor somewhere.
Yeah, free ride, free accommodation, mostly free food. Why not? I won't complain.
Like in Saudi?
Oh,
Perhaps so, right?
that's a good idea.
I wish I got a ticket there, but unfortunately not. Well, we'll have to see about that. Maybe in the future, maybe in the far future. No idea yet. But what I do know is a lot of these teams, they do have the tickets to Saudi Arabia where they'll be battling in Riyadh in a couple of weeks from now. Speaking of battling, we have Naki right underneath the bridge, caught out by the rest of APG. Tough position for the members of Four Tribes trying to lock them out of the bridge. And it seems like Alpha, they got the best out of this situation.
Yeah, these three teams have the ticket to Saudi for themselves. APG, of course, one of the heavy hitters in this game. But looks like Alter Ego, one of the expected heavy hitters, just got eliminated, no points in this round. Alpha Gaming. That one time when they announced, APG is coming to PUBG Mobile Esports, my first thought was like, Uncle PUBG is coming back. Then it's good. Then it was Alpha Gaming. It's like, okay, it's a totally different APG from the one that we're familiar with.
Yeah, this is really surprising to me because they didn't just pick up this roster, they also pick up a couple of rosters from other games as well to compete in EWC. So we'll have to see. Zio right now being pinched from all directions, but trying to settle scores right through these quarters. And over here, going for the jump shots. I gotta get confirmation. And beautiful stuff out of the member of Four Tribes. Securing one, but still needing a little backup coming in from Falak. I need to know who this guy is.
Oh, the mystery man with the jump shot. We have to unlock him. This guy himself is unlocking Alpha Gaming.
And he's just breaking hands and knees wherever he turns. All with the hands of the shotgun and now back into the QBZ. APG now scrambling to find any form of reprieve, but those nades falling real close. Not quite enough to take him down just yet. He's hoping to eventually secure the point onto Doc. But APG back up against the wall. Rufus falling all the way back over onto the bottom of the bridge, and he's just trying his best to see if he could still single out some of these targets and where exactly could he actually go from here on, because the rest of Four Tribes, as much as it's only down to a 1-versus-1, RQ have just arrived on the scene.
Oh man, RRQ, here we go. Dplus is the closest one to the sniper tower where Mr. Mysterious Four Tribes is inside of it. And he's alone right now, the final player of Four Tribes, 50% of health. And here comes GenForce. Yeah, his name's a little bit hard to read, but got it at the end. 3v1. Can he pull up an insane clutch here? We'll start off with 1, 2. Oh, but GenForce is there to stop him, to break his streak. No heroes created in round 1.
My, that was such a close call, and now Rifus gets to have the last laugh. Now another 1v1 until the arrival of the Japanese named member of the RQ roster arrives to get a little bit more of a helping hand. He's got a little bit more of the off angle, so this is going to allow him slowly winter down Rifus, but he still got the rock for cover for the moment, so RQ can go for the reset. If he can bring those members back alive, then Rifus will not have an easy time at all. He will have to turtle back into the bottom of the bridge.
Okay. I can't forget the afro, right? This is Mr. Nerpeko.
No, okay.
Yeah, okay. So at least we can identify his afro, but Mr. Nerpeko looks like he's going in for it. He's going in for a 1v1 with backup behind him. He does have an S12K, very clutchable weapon. sends out Lapa on the other side, so they surround their final opponent, APG, Alpha Gaming, eliminated number 13 with 1 elimination point.
Yeah, that one pointer has been a hard fought one, where you saw the rest of APG, they were locked by the corridor bridge by those members of Four Tribes early on, and it looks like RRQ, they arrived just in the perfect timing to capitalize on both of these weakened squads, so therefore, they're definitely super confident. And what's the good news is that RRQ, they get that firm access from the southern side. Look at that area, absolutely emptied out. The only couple of teams that are inside are FaZe Clan, Team Secret, and right now, Break is also going to make that entry point for the rest of Vikings. A whole lot of team coming from the north, so I think there's going to be plenty of battles across Gatka.
I'm looking at the battle on the left side. We have Voin Donkey and Alpha 7. Looks like they're in the skirmish right now. We should have them on screen, and yeah, we will. Razak nade across. Wants to find Carillo just below him. But Razak gunned out by Squash Move. He came from behind. Now leading Zeta alone as a fighter player of Voin Donkey. 50% of health. Time to build this.
Yeah, he just knows that this is not going to be an easy fight to handle, especially with the zone closing in already. But he's also running very closely to the direction of A1 Esports. So Zeta's got to be extremely careful. And the worst case scenario right now, the rest of Voin Donkey, when they subscribed to that fight, they didn't even manage to get much done. They're still sitting at 0 points right now. Getting shot, meanwhile, RQ once again in battle up against the rest of the Vikings. Pins finding the mark as he's looking to land the tap over onto Nepeko. Superman now dropping those grenades while Boone having a little bit more of a cheeky angles to work with, but Pins, he will falter to the beautiful shots being landed by the side of Nepeko. Now, Superman's going to be going for the save as they've been able to settle the scores up against RRQ. Very clean work so far coming out of the Vikings.
Oh, but here comes Claw. They want to be the third party to try to finish off Vikings. They're still licking their wounds. Brick is still down on the ground. And Superman now does not have a kryptonite against him. Unstoppable will be stopped at his tracks. But the fight's not over yet though. Here comes Tins on the other side, reloading. Here comes the DPS gameplay by himself as well. But he needs to reset quickly while Superman buys him a little bit more time. Brick is bleeding out, so time is not on his side.
Not at all. He's got no time to even go for any from kills as well. Superman trying to at least secure some taps, and he does get another one in the hands. And Mike does actually deplete the entirety of Claw Slayers. Now down to 1v1. Not enough to go for the full swing, but Superman, he still is out here to fend them all off. It's 6 elimination points for the Vikings by himself.
Wow. Okay, living to his name. Superman, what a super performance. And because of him, the Vikings are still in the game with 8 elimination points in total. Man, that was crazy. But now we're going to see a circle update, and let's see if Superman will still get the circle down south, and looks like he still will get it.
Yeah, this is the reason why teams are actually contesting for that stronghold, because that's one of the most solid compounds you can actually find in this entire circle that we're looking at. The other one is being helped by Horaa Esports, so good luck to whoever's going to challenge that. While the rest of Team Secret, they're going on that 2-2 split up north, and they got a lot of work to do. There's Yangon, Galacticos, A1, Boom, as well as Dplus, Kia, who are moving rather late, so we'll have to see Yangon Galacticos, what exactly are their game plan right now? They're booking the top of the hill, close to the zone right now, but they have definitely seeked out some of the members of Dplus Kia, tracking them from behind, so they're hoping to find a way to gatekeep them for the moment. So, by the looks of it, at stage 4, we're only left with 9 teams. Almost half of the entire field has been wiped out already, and right now FaZe Clan's in trouble. Mafioso holding them down, and this is just going to be a tough one to rock out of position for FaZe Clan.
And Alpha 7, they have the high guard advantage against FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan without Chopper at this moment. One nade set across. It's enough, and looks like they managed to get Red Bull for the star players of FaZe Clan. And now Juwi is trying to get away as quickly as possible. He will rendezvous back together with his teammate in the warehouse, but the space is not given to him at all. So he will not lead Alpha 7 there, but Alpha 7, they know he's there. Canary of FaZe Clan here. Fight Smack though, gets squashed through.
Yeah, clean angles with the nades as well as the S12K. Now still more to do. Canary, he's being wrapped around fully. And now the rest of Alpha 7's also crashing right in. What's going to be the call right now? Quick one coming from Carillo to secure it. So I guess FaZe Clan, they got no business being around this vicinity. Yui gets trampled instead. Man, this guy's a savage. Alpha 7 absolutely rocking it up over on the southwestern corner map.
And that is FaZe Clan out at number 9. 8 more teams left. Now every team that survives will continue to collect placement points. And what will happen to Octa? Not too sure, but he got taken out by the play zone. Yummy with the nade onto Hitman from A1 Esports. But the rest of A1 awakened by Yummy's nade. I'm sure they'll be looking for revenge. But they'll prioritize the zone instead. They try to save their team. They try to push Hitman out to safety. But Yummy is there to spray them down. And finally, will be eliminated by the other side. Sinister was the one to land the final blow on the Yummy. And that is the end of Boom Esports.
Yeah, that was a very risky call, but hey, at least you cut one loss and salvage another. That Storm still riding right now. Not into sunset as of yet. He will still be able to be picked up. Team Secret, they now reconvene and spots out the rest of Dplus Kill on the other corner. A very interesting maneuver coming in from GK to get some elevation over onto the rooftops. Now he might be able to spot out Fabian. Gets a glimpse of him running across. Perfect catch coming from GK. And now 3 more members to settle. 3 cooking up those grenades, and GK got to quickly maneuver around in order to keep himself safe.
And Fabian confirmed eliminated, and GK scores 3 eliminations. Team Secret currently dominating with 5. Chips will need to heal up as quickly as possible while his other team is buy time for him. But GK, he's not only managing Dplus, yeah, but he's also managing A1 in another direction as well.
True enough, and Xerus so far fending off very well. Dplus has got no other choice but to wrap the other way around, and they know that this is not going to be an easy battle for them, but they will go in for a big wrap around. Meanwhile, no fear of the rest of Horaa Esports. They will take out another team in purple, and that's Yangon Galacticos, as they're hoping to claim this tiny little shack, but it is preoccupied already. Now the rest of Horaa Esports gets to also farm up those numbers out in the open fields, and there goes those members of Dplus Kia. And now, quickly as it follows, only 5 more teams remain. No fear so far, working hard, getting even more done, and almost getting taken down. And the members of Team Secret shooting them right back, Sleepy fending them off.
Dude, this lobby is insanely fast, insanely quick, like fights happen non-stop. Now at stage number 5, we're at our last 5 teams here in this round, with Team Secret and Alpha 7 having 3 players, Horaa Esports 2, the Vikings, and Yangon Galacticos 1 solo player left. A dream to score this chicken dinner. And if Yangon Galacticos can score this one, who knows? They might take the number 1 spot because they weren't too far away from the top.
Not too far, like you said. And you take a look at the rest of the field, so many of all these teams having members getting damaged already. The only ones with proper squad strength are Team Secret as well as Alpha 7 at this current moment. Horaa Esports now trying to go for some recovery play. They are still in the center zone. They don't really have to move too much. While the rest of Alpha 7, they're playing this very cautiously. You can see that there's barely much of these covers left available. So Senna, he's going to be able to slowly lock out that member for Esports eventually. GK now getting shredded out, but thankfully he is swift enough to regroup with the rest of Team Secret.
And Horaa Esports, Sleepy and No Fear in the middle of the circle, so they have the best position possible based on the circle, that is. But that might change in about 45 more seconds depending on where the circle will go. But because they're somewhere in the middle, very likely they will still get the circle. So I wouldn't be too worried about them for now. I'll be a little bit worried for maybe the teams on the left side or whichever on the edge of the circle, because there's a chance that they won't get the next phase of the circle. But that also means those teams by the edge might want to take away the shack from the hands of Horaa Esports.
Yeah, or perhaps just wait it out where Horaa Esports will eventually need to move into the direction of the center. So Alpha 7 is just going to be biding time as they've already spotted 2 different units coming from different jacks, and even No Fear is not safe at all behind those crates as much as he's being amplified with whatever weapon that he found. Gonna deplete that buggy at the very same time. Mafioso just doing it very diligently. That grenade's gonna be able to catch out the final member of Yangon Galacticos, who worked to put up a top 5 finish for YG, while Jiki rocks up the hill, going up against 3 members of Alpha 7, and I don't think yet he's gonna be able to walk out there alive, quickly being pinned down by the rest of these bullets coming from Mafioso as he's looking for a whole lot more. Zeris tries to wiggle for space, but I don't think that he gets a good bargain out of this. Couldn't reach Jiki, and he does really have to find Mafioso through the smokes.
It's definitely going to be hard for Team Secret to breach Alpha 7 because they come from the lower ground, and the elevation allows Alpha 7 to have that first preemptive strike. And speaking about strike, Sanap striking in with a nade, taking down another member of Team Secret, now leaving only Trunks in alone. And Trang, what is he going to do here? Time is not on his side. The zone will be closing onto him if he don't move forward.
Trang doing whatever he could to perhaps bring a couple more points back. I guess Team Secret, they could still try to move towards the further east in order to get away from those members of Alpha 7, because that position is not going to be easily reached. We saw 2 of these members of Team Secret faltered just like that. And speaking of which, Trang down to very low HP left. This is being marked by No Fear. Very careful positioning, and Trang at least gets to hold on for a little bit longer, but the blue zone's already closing in. Perhaps Trang can go for a last stand or deny himself over on the blue zone, but look at the situation here. Very tough for him to even trade back to his team.
Nowhere to go for Trang. The only way is forward, and as he moves forward, he'll be in the process of Horaa Esports. There you go. No Fear will land the final blow, taking the point for Horaa Esports. 9 eliminations now for Horaa. Now we're at our top 3 teams. Alpha 7, Horaa Esports, or Fighter Player of Vikings to come up with a surprise. Who's going to make the next move? As Alpha 7, they're already at 10 eliminations, and every single one of their players brought in the frags. So they know how to bring in eliminations for their team. The next target might be just straight on to Horaa.
Yeah, and right now, Horaa Esports so far doing so much work. We last saw them win out that battle yesterday, and they only had Sleepy as well as No Fear to play the entire battle. And lo and behold, they're possibly fighting for a chicken dinner as well if A7 members gets caught out. I love that split formation. As much as they're pretty much isolated, they're going unpunished for most part of these battles around Gakko region. And now Sleepy might just got himself into a little bit of a trouble as the rest of Alpha 7 tries to take him on first before going against No Fear. So I wonder if No Fear can use that time as leverage to eventually find a mark to help Sleepy in this tough position.
Mafioso saw him. The circle moved forward, and Horaa Esports by the edge of the circle right now. Sleepy needs a bit of help, but then again, his other teammate is just too far away. He'll need to fend off Alpha 7 by himself. Alpha 7, they are not in the circle, so the pressure to be in the zone will be onto them as well. And here on screen, we have No Fear. He's still on the outside of the circle. He's actually on the other side, so he has his own problems.
Yeah, it's tough for him to actually move anywhere, and Sleepy's already being pinned down. So, right at this moment, I think Alpha 7's got full intel on whereabouts these members of Horaa Esports are. So, they are sending Carrillo to go in for the wide wraparound, taking this fight up against No Fear, and that leaves that one member of Vikings smiling, and he's going to be the one to take down Sleepy instead. Oh, it's now a 1 versus 3, and Horaa Esports, they are just in a pinch, while the rest of Alpha 7, they are trying to fend him off one after another. Now, quick peeks! Still gets the job done! Carrillo lands a couple attack, and that will be 9 points with a grand score coming in from the duo of Horaa Esports.
So it's going to be a 3v1 situation. The final player of Vikings managed to hold on. And guess who it is? It's Superman. From that clutch to now at least number 2, this one solo player for the Vikings is carrying everything on his shoulders now.
Well, I'm not too sure if the rest of Alpha 7's got any kryptonites on their hands or back pocket, but right now will be a good time to actually unload it. But perhaps that kryptonite is just going to be Carillo right now. Let's see if he's got a full stash, refueling very quickly. Oh, he's got the MG3 upgrade. So this is not going to be an easy task for him. Looking for the isolation, some damage being done over on the corner of Mafioso. Boxed up, and there's nowhere to go. He's only got 5 frag grenades as he's trying to go in with wide wraparound, using the hovercraft as a cover for the moment, and the wide swing comes in, coming from Senna. He's trying to take this fight 1 versus 1. Carillo cornering him up, and that will be an easy way to close it out. Alpha 7 takes the first chicken dinner of the night.
The Brazilian powerhouse brings in the first chicken dinner for today at match number 7. What a solid performance by them. And at the same time, they managed to score more than 10 elimination points to their name together with this chicken dinner. This team, from the first time we saw them fight against Voin Donkey, they took fight after fight after fight to get into the circle and finally scores the chicken dinner even though the circle didn't favor them. The powerhouse of Brazil, Alpha 7, is the team to beat.
I absolutely love their playstyle. They have great game IQ, just like the rest of Horaa, how they actually work out the fights. The leverage that they had was a little bit of that high ground. They managed to spot some of these players hiding in the shack, and they slowly but surely single out these targets without needing to commit too much. And you saw those 3 members, they were well and alive towards the tail end of the run, making it harder for those isolated members to eventually deal with the entire unit of Alpha 7. So great work, Carillo, Mafioso, as well as Santa so far doing a chunk of the damage. Squash Bull was also involved, and I believe he was taken down somewhere in the mix of the field. So Alpha 7, they're starting off strong. I want to see how far will they go with this.
Oh yeah, I want to see the overall charts as well. There is, I believe there's a chance that they might be, okay, last we checked they were at page number 2, at the top of page number 2, so this will surely boost them into page number 1. Maybe not at number 1 spot yet, but frankly speaking, during the playoffs, that's not the main objective. The main objective is to stay in the top 16 and to bring yourself into the grand finals. But with a solid performance like this, I mean, it's hard to not see Alpha 7 in the grand finals.
True enough, and all they really have to do is to keep up with this tempo of play moving into the upcoming matches, and they will be good to go. But speaking of which, we still have quite a number of days, so all these teams are also hoping to rack up the points of their own, so this isn't going to be easy task for Alpha 7 to upkeep. But hey, if they're looking this good, nobody has any complaints. Alpha 7 with a massive chicken dinner, ending it with a double-digit elimination at the very same time. And I think, like, other than that brilliance, MVK as well as Horaa put on a show of their own. Starting off with Horaa winning that duel inside of Yasnaya, and then Vikings with Superman clutching that. We gotta get those replays up for that guy himself because he has brought it all the way to 2nd place.
And we have to compare the second place team, or Superman, because he carried the entire Vikings towards the end with Alpha 7. When it comes to damage, obviously Alpha 7, because they had more eliminations, they healed a lot more as well because of their multiple fight engagements throughout the map. As for the Vikings, it was Superman all the way. So pretty much he kind of healed himself up. So that's why the number of heals are not as much. And the total eliminations is still pretty healthy. MVP this time has to be Mr. Clutchman in this round. Superman with 7 eliminations.
Man, this guy is an absolute monster. We saw what he's done up against those members of RRQ, and so many more names taken off the list as well. Sleepy was being hunted out by Alpha 7, and Superman says, nope, that kill belongs to me as well. 1,280 damage of an output and 7 elimination points to book out the round. This guy have absolutely shown up for Vikings and now puts them pretty much up the list as well. I believe the first we saw they were in the top 8. So with a top 2 finish, they should be somewhere within the top 5 margin.
And speaking of our top, here are our top performers. Superman with the most eliminations, followed by Sleepy from Horaa Esports with 6, Carillo with 5 from Alpha 7, and Team Secret GK with 4. And it's quite obvious that Superman contributed the most to his team, 77.78%. It's something that we saw earlier in game as well, him coming up with the clutch and also living towards the second place finish in this round. So it's quite clear that Superman is the MVP, especially if we put aside taking an MVP from the team that scored the chicken dinner. It's surely going to be Superman.
True enough, and Sleepy so far have definitely got incredible work rate. This is more likely like the Horaa Esports everybody knows and love, and they did manage to at least settle for a 3rd place finish in this match itself. So that's 22 points for our winners, Alpha 7, 15 for MVKE. Team Secret has also gotten quite huge stash of their own with those 8 elimination points, walking away with 12 points. Meanwhile, almost everybody got themselves involved in some form of a fight. The only ones that did not gotten any points in this matchup is Voin Donkey as well as Alter Ego Ares. A little bit of a rough start, I would say. Same goes to Alpha 7. As much as they were fighting really hard, they only got that 1 point out because of that hustle that they had getting away from the island, and they just slowly got withered down.
Yeah, and for the fans of Yangon Galacticos, you still get your star player here somewhere on the charts. We have Smart with the longest eliminations distance of 337. Those are the most important stat, if you ask me. But having your name, having your picture up there, it's always a nice feel. Other than that, 60 total eliminations. So there was 1 player that got taken out by the zone because Alpha 7 ended the game with 3 players. So 1 point was spared from anyone else, and everyone else was eliminated by each other. Now, when it comes to the overall rankings, Dplus don't need 3 points this round, but they're still at number 1.
Wow, take a look at the surge coming in from both Alpha 7 as well as MVKE. Currently neck and neck. I mean, MVKE right now is just 1 point above Alpha 7. Alpha 7 moved so many positions up, 5 placements with this chicken dinner. If they can get more, I'm looking at them to be challenging the likes of Dplus Kia at the very same time. But Voin Donkey, that 0 pointer did not help them. So I would say the same for the side of Dplus Kia. They didn't manage to walk out, extending the form of lead. Well, the biggest winners back in page 2 are Horaa Esports as well as Team Secret. Horaa Esports, they only started off with a single digit, and look where they are. 15th place, 8 placement jump out of that top 3 finish.
Oh yeah, they're now out of the page number 3, the page that nobody wants to be in. At least you're in page number 2 is still okay. But because they went up, somebody has to go down. And Alter Ego, with a 0 point round, is currently at number 19 on page number 3. RQ did a decent performance with 5 points collected. Now they're knocking on the door to be on page 2 at least.
Yeah, and we're seeing certain teams not participating in this round, but they will be coming up in these upcoming matchups. So we'll have to see the PE, 7-9, KN, as well as Erangel. How do they respond? How do they really answer back? Because the rest of the field, they're absolutely amped up to take them on. So that was explosive to kick things off with, especially with those stellar showing coming from both Superman as well as No Fear and Sleepy. We'll have to see what else is there for us. So we'll catch a couple of minutes. When we come back, more chicken dinners to come.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on. Step
And here we're back with the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. Season 11, can you imagine this, Contra? We're already at 11 seasons and still counting. It's crazy. But we all wouldn't be here without your amazing support in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for supporting the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Don't forget to subscribe to show your support even more. My name is Circloud together with Contra. And what a round Alpha 7 had.
Yeah, that was an insane round. We have seen so many teams dropping like flies so early on. These teams are looking ultra feisty and, only the toughest prevail. And considering the fact that Alpha 7 has been able to hold strong with those 3 members throughout the run, it's absolutely impressive. Where most of all the other teams, they're whittled down to only a single member or maybe at best a duo. And that just makes that run coming from Horaa Esports to be very phenomenal, if you ask me. But we're going to change locations heading into our second match as we'll dive into Miramar. Now, look at this circumstance. Do you think that this might actually change the dynamics of the teams that actually will be having certain advantages in this map?
Well, the fact that you still have Group Red, right? So Group Red is like the powerhouse group. It's like Alpha 7 there. You got Dplus Kia there. You got teams like Horaa Esports who had a good round there as well. So as long as they're still in the game, I mean, other groups can be worried. But Group Yellow, no short of powerhouses themselves, like Xavier, like BTR there, like Nongshim Red Force as well, the recent champion. So it's going to be a very interesting round, so to speak. But as usual, we're going to come back to our prediction desk. And what do you have in mind?
Very quickly, you guys answered Dplus Kia last round. I guess like this time around, they will have a little bit more brief, but I would go for Vampire Esports. We haven't seen any form of action coming in from them, but I believe that at least they're looking to revitalize themselves because last we saw back in the first day, they didn't really get much done. So I'm pretty sure that they're itching to catch up.
Okay, since our experts quickly picked Horaa, so not going to double that. I'll save Horaa for maybe later, maybe. But this round, since it's the introduction of Group C, I'll pick Bigatron by Vitality. Bring it on.
I love that you've got this tag prepared on your table. Did I accidentally take Vampire out? Because I know you got a lot of those Vampire jerseys sitting around the side. Did I accidentally yoinked it?
Not really. It's not near enough for me to reach out, so it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. I guess like I have to start my own collection. Do we have to fly to Nepal to get a Horaa jersey, or maybe somewhere along the lines for DRS as well at the same time? Well, I guess we'll leave that for later. But you guys can tell us who exactly are you rooting for, and of course, make sure once again hit that like as well as subscribe before we kickstart our second match of this evening. So far, Horaa's looking absolutely solid. I mean, you see, one game propelled them all the way into the midfield. If they get another good round, I think top 8 is absolutely doable, and we shall see. Is this going to be the same for both BTR as well as these members of Vampire Esports? Because BTR, they're doing okay, but still not at the work rate that we're hoping for, because last we saw PMSL, they had their fair share of struggles. I think the same could be said about Vampire Esports, where they were very close, but it was E-Arena that eventually emerged to be the grand victors of it all. So I think that this is where they want to really get themselves back into shape before they head to EWC.
Yeah, E-Arena yesterday, they have been chilling. And that's why they're at page number 3. But from whatever that we learned from the previous round, Horaa Esports, yesterday they were chilling as well. They were at page number 3, but they put in a good performance and they're starting to climb up now. So who knows, E-Arena could be one of those teams, trying to feel the ground, trying to feel the lobby on day 1, and day 2 is the time that they will really strike back. So a team that definitely we want to keep an eye on as well. E-Arena, they are PMSL Southeast Asia champions for a reason. So we got to keep an eye on this team that has put in a solid performance during that time. Now, the thing is that Group C, they're making their debut. But Group A, they played round number 1. So they're pretty warmed up right now. So I would expect a certain level of challenge from teams from Group A.
Yeah, true enough. And when we take a look at some of all these drop spots, I believe traditionally wherever Vampire Esports land in Miramar, most often than not, Picado will always see certain challengers moving into that scenario. So I'm kind of second guessing on my own pick because I don't know if they will win that fight when they do drop into areas like Picado. And if they do, then good. They can actually play for a whole lot more. E-Arena, now that you mention it, they've always had a very strong pattern of play in most part. But I believe a lot of these teams who are going to be playing in the EWC aren't going to fully reveal their cards on how their game plan is going to be like. So maybe that's one of the reasons why you are looking at, teams like Alter Ego having a little bit of slow start. Voin Donkey shows you a little bit of cards and then holds back a little bit more. They kind of want to see if they could try many different alternatives in the form of their game plans.
Well, Alpha 7 is going to play at PNWC and they showed their cards in game 1. So I guess it really depends on the teams, right? Because the thing about PUBG Mobile Esports is that you have like 16 teams to observe. So that's a lot of teams to observe and also compare. It's not like one team versus one team and you can truly analyze to the ground because they have to readapt to each other every single round. And the fact that we are doing a round robin format, every round is going to be different. Every round is going to be a new map as well. So readaptation is going to be hard and fast for these teams. Let's see how do they readapt as we fly into Miramar.
Here we go, right through the very southern platform coming in from Puerto Paraiso, headed into the corners of what I assume to be either El Pozo or even what was known as Ruins, or should I just name it Alcantara for now? Well, Ruins is still available, it's just that nobody really drops there these days, but there's definitely interesting options such as Pertona all the way down south where Dplus Kia, they're moving very swiftly into the southern quarter of the map. Going to be joined by none other than KN hailing from the Japanese region. And of all teams, I'm definitely very interested onto how exactly will they actually wow us, because one of the last iterations that I recall very well that played super well globally was Bluebees, and it's definitely been a while since then.
Yeah, I remember Bluebees when they came into the global stage, they revolutionized the DBS. And I remember that time the DBS was still in the airdrop. So they were one of those teams that, okay, everyone else does not pick the DBS at all. And whenever they had the chance to pick an airdrop, they would pick up the DBS. And they made it famous from there. And because of that, the following season, everybody starts using the DBS after looking at how effective it is that the Bluebees players did use that time.
Yeah, it's crazy how teams can actually be known by setting a certain meta. And now when we talk about meta, it almost feels like almost every single weapon is really up for grabs for these players to really show what they've got. Now, we do get a glimpse of Krypton coming from Alter Ego. It's not going to be the area that they want to bend up, but they have no other choice. RQ 1-for-1, Alter Ego losing a member through the knife by Lapar. And just like that, settles the scores. RRQ starting off strong.
Yeah, and Alter Ego, not that strong, obviously, but oh, wait a second. Rosemary fights back. At least he managed to secure 1 point. In the previous round, Alter Ego went out with 0 points. So this is their first point today. Talked about the arena. They seem to be in a fight with NS Red Force. And I noticed that one of the players of NS Red Force got docked. But no follow-up from here. So it could be one of those long-range knocks. And maybe we'll be back up real soon.
Could be the case. I believe that was being knocked out by NC2 out of E Arena early on. It's just that when it comes down to, mid to long range, it's going to be hard to really secure it. Now, RQ, they're hoping to recommit. It's only going to be Rosemary that they're going to be dealing with. But Rosemary's got quite the artillery, starting off with AR of his own with Scar L. And also, the last we saw, he does have a grenade in hand. So, the moment that RQ arrives at the scene, they should try to at least prepare for this. And they're not leaving things to chance. So, RRQ knows that there's at least 2 more members to go. But he does got no idea whether if Rosemary is alone or otherwise. So, Alva, look at the minimap. He's not too far off, but how much support can he provide? Apparently a whole lot as he takes down Lapar.
And Alva gets taken out. So it's only Rosemary, the final player for Alter Ego, that's still active. So he has to come out with a clutch here against the remaining members of RRQ. Sees one right in front of him. But on the other side, Gen Force is coming in as well, so he will be surrounded. There you go. Front and back, nowhere for Rosemary to go, nowhere for him to hide. And Alter Ego gets eliminated.
Yeah, of all places that they drop, I'm just surprised that these 2 Indonesian teams are going up against each other so early on. I guess like they're trying different locations to see whether if it works out or not. And RQ came up on top. And, traditionally when we look into, the PMSL Indonesian teams, they're very efficient when it comes down to playing inside Miramar. RQ, this happens to be their very best map. As for Alter Ego, they always drop over onto the far outskirts over on the south side as well. So I guess this is kind of like that kind of bump in that they didn't really want to. They were trying to contest for some of all these loots. And RQ right now coming up ahead, 4 points. And now we move over into the city of El Pozo, it seems like. I definitely need the confirmation on this one. As it's going to be between the Savior as well as Alpha 7. Both sides being split across these compounds. And when you're playing in such a vast city, it's always hard to actually secure knocks and damage at least being done over onto Senna. And DX now has a clear idea on what exactly to do with their execution.
Yeah, and this is one of those rare moments that the Xavier play with pseudo names. So they could be trying out players. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Someone maybe trying to recruit some of the finest in Vietnam to create this Vietnam super team. Not that they aren't, they're already a Vietnam super team, but yeah. Trying to find continuity with younger blood, maybe. I mean, pseudo names, it could be the exact original roster players. Who knows? As for BTR, they also play with pseudo names. Look at this. I don't recognize a single player. Except for Kent, and I believe that's not him.
Azaphobia, it could be him. I think we've seen the name Ken play in some of all these scrims, in some of all these off-season tournaments. So perhaps he's just going to be leading the fray, telling these prodigies what exactly do they expect moving into each round. So we'll have to see. Or you could be right. It's like, oh, coach, can I lend your phone? And I just don't want people to know who I am. It's like, okay, sure, buddy, take it. So, yeah, I guess one day we'll find out if BTR is going to go through that major overhaul. And what do you make of BTR's recent performance back in PMSL? Because I think, like, they're a team that needs pressure to perform.
Well, I guess with their PMSL performance, if that's not enough pressure, I don't know. But maybe we can talk about that in a little bit more as we need to focus on E Arena versus NS Red Force. The fight continues on. Mormon, the starman of E Arena. All the top transfers in PMSL Southeast Asia showing why he's still the top transfer. Tourniquet on the other side goes in for the 1v1. Jump shot attempt by TZ failed. And Tourniquet with the SLK will finish him off.
Wow, quick work being done right there by each member of E Arena. They still need to go in for the rescue just to pick up for 5-6. He's done some damage. The pickup has gone through, so he just needs to heal up for the moment. While we might have missed some certain glimpse of Joker on his elimination. So, Arena, they come up on top, denting some of these members of Alpha 7, it seems like. So, the Longshin Red Force, Now that they're currently spread apart, well, I guess we got the confirmation it's actually not Jim Red Force. It's only down to Binny. Binny that actually finds a catch up against 457 again. He just got revive, and now he's going to bleed out very quickly. That grenade, if it prompts into the perfect angle, we might actually see Dongshin Red Force perhaps turn the tides around.
You know what? Whenever I see the name Beanie, it reminds me of a wife.
Oh, yeah.
That's in Malaysia language for the benefit of everyone. But 1-8 is all it takes by Tourniquet to finish off the wipe itself. And as Red Force gets eliminated by E-Arena. Circle-wise, wow, interesting circle. Hard shift to the north.
Very hard shift. I mean, there's almost no teams circulating around those facilities of water treatment. Just by the edge of it, so that allows for Esports to have a lot of room to play with. That's good notion for them, who has been really climbing up the charts from that previous game, securing a top 3 finish, double digits of elimination points. Vampire Esports also wasted no time to secure themselves a hot location, getting not only the vantage point, but also a compound to work around with it. FaZe Clan finds a little bit of bump in against Mark, one member down from the side of KN. While they're not going to be stopping their tracks for ending at all, they already lost QE in the mix of the process, so they will just want to secure themselves a good spot to play out the end game around the water treatment area. While Vampire Esports are going to do the same, but I believe there's a member of BTR around that facility, so they have to be very mindful wherever they turn.
Since we have BTR on screen, dropping in a fun fact, the last time it was Kent, it was actually Federalis. So if I were to guess who Kent is, it is Federalis himself. So who knows? Who knows? I'm just putting it out there.
It could be very well the case. Well, he's been a staple ever since he transferred from Horaa Bros. And now they get the full glimpse of the entire squad of BTR, damage being done, and Vina has been able to put some damage through. He looks very, very oddly familiar. I just couldn't really bring that name out of my mind just yet. But of course, the fans of the Vampire Esports team could definitely tell us who exactly that is. Now, Mela kind of lost his glasses. I believe he might have actually got some LASIK treatment, as he's looking absolutely sharp on his profile picture. Now, at least we have a hunch of who those members are coming from Vampire Esports. We see Schweppes, we see, I believe, well, that's not exactly Vintorius, is that?
I guess that Vinajaya, yeah, that's Vintorius there. But for BTR, absolutely no idea who's who. No Nampun, Kyorin, Azaphobia. They don't even have their pictures up here, so yeah. I can't guess unless we're a fly on the wall where they're screaming right now.
Well, too bad I didn't pay a visit onto the gaming house as of late. So I could have actually dig for some intel if I knew any better. But take a look at the zone. I mean, D Savior, they're coming up in late. But even later than that is Alpha 7. Take a look how far they are. They're still stuck inside of El Pozo. They got a long journey ahead. Maybe this might work out if all the other teams have already traversed all the way into this hardship. It's going further onto the outskirts of Cruz de Val. And look who's there. Dplus Kia, they booked themselves a prime location. Can't really say the same about whoever's over on the west or even the south side. There's going to be a lot of these fights coming by the end of stage 3.
Quite a crazy hard shift again for this circle. The Vikings, guess who came out on the board? Mr. Superman that took out a player of E-Arena, now leading them with 2 active players, and looks like they're in the fight here. Tourniquet now down on the ground, leaving only 456 alone here, and Superman knows exactly where he is. That 1-8 put his health down to 50%. If Superman can land this one more nade, the splash damage should be enough to finish him off. It did connect, but not enough damage, and here comes Break from the side. There goes. It is at the end of the day, Superman that landed the final blow. E-Arena from a solid start to an elimination.
The Vikings are looking super clean today. I mean, take a look at that. 3 points without much of a scratch, and now Ken is going to be down. We can assume that's Federalis. But Vampire Esports so far looking better and better each step of the way, withering down all these units. One more off of the side of BTR. They do claim the high ground, but what could they make good use of this? Because we last saw these Vampire Esports have been able to track the entirety of their position. It's just that they're not going for a closer just yet. Ansys is about to do that. He's going to be moving over onto the far flank, hoping to find some of all these angles to clip against the rest of BTR.
Note that Vampire, they're playing without Tony K, their star player. Asaphobia needs time to heal up. Venturus will be gunned down by Nodam Bay. Asaphobia down to the ground as well. Siege down by Vampire Esports. Mela here in a 1v1. But his teammates is on the other side. Here comes the other player of BTR on the outside of this wall. 2v1, 3v1. They should have the numbers against them. And BTR eliminated by Vampire Esports.
Great damage being done from the member of BTR, but just not quite enough to really settle it with a very well-coordinated ambush coming in from those members of Vampire Esports. They gotta quickly revitalize themselves because that zone is already closing in, and plenty of teams are currently getting clipped. One of them includes Horaa Esports right now. Outside the zone, Noel now being pepper sprayed from the top of the kill. Tins! Making it hard for him. Noel tries to cook up that grenade into perfection. Oh, bullets are ready from above, and he still managed to connect it. Unfortunately, he will be down. KF salvaging whatever's left out of that scuffle. MVKE now tries to go in for that full revive and to continue on with the battle. They gotta do it real quick. Woonty also joining the fray. Blue squad slowly getting wintered down one after another. They should be able to pick up those points eventually as they have been suppressed. The Horaa Esports, they're now zoning out the entirety of the EX. How much damage can Dofir do?
Oh, a lot more fights happening elsewhere. Look at the elimination feed going crazy. Baseland and Vampire Esports in the fight, and looks like Vampire just got eliminated. Number 12 with 5 elimination points for them. And D Xavier, heavy casualty on their side as well. One player still down. And they're out in the open. Horaa Esports right in front. We have no fear here. Scoping down. Hoping for them to land into his crosshair. Sleepy gets gunned down. While D Xavier, they're trying to recover. But it doesn't help that the fact that the zone is now on top of them.
Arjun so far looking super sharp so far. At least that buys them a little bit more that the room as well space. Levi's now needing to heal up as in the nick of time. He will be able to clutch it with that first aid kit. Oh, thankful enough that now he gets a glimpse of No Fear as he's sending 2504 up the hillside. Damage being done. No Fear not quite enough to get the knock over on the corner. So it's going to be a 2 versus 1. How much damage can No Fear do right now? As Levi's hoping to at least block some of all these vision control coming in from that member of Horaa Esports. And he's still going to propel up ahead. There's no way to go out of this field other than to butt his way out. 2544. Trying to actually fend him off, but he goes down instead. No Fear! What was that?
Okay, even though pressure by the blue, even though on the lower ground, but still able to secure that one elimination point. No Fear, he has 3 verses, but he won't have time to heal up right now. He has to get Levi's, and he will! No Fear still got him, despite he will go out to the blue, but still, he took out the Xavier.
Wow, that was huge. And just like that, it crumbled out the Xavier that was expecting him to be over on the corner, and just like that, that last stand played out to perfection. No Fear at least puts a dent to their run. While FaZe Clan are tagging on to those members of Claw Slayers. Only Bubble left over onto the outer sector while these two members are on the lower ground. And look at the other far end. Pank is going to be trying to find a little bit more of a salvage point just to suppress Shopper at the moment, or else the two members of Claw Slayers will slowly bleed out to death. So FaZe Clan holding them hostage. It's like, if you really want to go for the save, you gotta fight us for it.
Claw Annie, are you walking? Are you walking, Annie? Clearly not walking. He's crawling right now because he needs his teammates to heal him up. Bobo Food idea goes down, leaving only Papank alone, and Annie, are you walking? You're walking back to the lobby. Unfortunate for them, FaZe Clan will not let them go. And Pepe now 1v1 against Canary, while the other members of FaZe Clan coming in. They still don't have the zone. The circle shifts away.
Well, I'm not gonna say that there. You've been hit by a smooth FaZe Clan.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Just like that, 9 points on the table right now for the Thai squad, as this has been their best run in Miramar so far, and we're not even closing in just yet. 8 more teams remain. A7 trying their best to sustain Wall Chopper, getting ambushed as the rest of Blue Squad arrive from the other side. KF now hoping to secure it, should be able to seal the deal. Stickley also landing a little bit of a hand. The rest of A7 has also gotten themselves a little bit of a crease for them to work with. So this three-way battle commences, but it's going to be a little bit of a hold coming in from all three of them for the moment. Canary closest in the distance, while KF hoping to go in for a huge challenge. He will get a shot out of the DBS, and just like that, he will try to dance it off, but Canary is just way quicker than him.
There goes KF contra our ex-colleague from EVOS.
Oh,
Wow. Eliminated. Yep. And in case anyone doesn't know why they have that Power Ranger with respective colors, it represents the X team. Just saying. And KF, he has the Blue Ranger because he was ex-EVOS. And that's how they kind of coordinated the colors.
Oh, I remember that interview very well. And it's a nice touch coming in from the members of Blue Squad. You know, like they have the quirkiest of jerseys as well as merch. And everybody wants to get their hands on that. But right now, they got to do a little better or else it'll affect their sales. While KN looking for a challenge up against the rest of FaZe Clan. Lots of huge names being popped right up. Tamra soaking a bunch of it at the very same time. So it's really down to Finale if you could actually find an opening right at this moment. Red Bull, who's played in multiple regions right now, fending him off just fine. Liking this iteration of FaZe Clan so far, they've been looking rather solid, but I want to see a little bit more feistiness coming out of them. But right now, with two members, they're still doing plenty of damage up against KN, getting the first knock. Finale holds through the doorways, greeted Red Bull, and just like that, Canary goes in for that refract as well. All down to Canary as he will secure 12 points for FaZe Clan, and he can cook this. This will be more, but it's Ozzy-san that closes it out for FaZe Clan.
I wonder if his name is actually Ozzy, and you know, San is like a Japanese thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like Ozzy-san, you know, get it?
Could be. I mean, I know that OG-san is like grandpa. I don't know if OZ-san means anything.
It's maybe grandchild. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Could be. Granddaughter. I don't know. Teaching some Japanese right now, but I don't know. Beautiful angles, catching out that member out of Alpha 7, and right now getting a good toss of the nade, but that is quickly suppressed by KN from above.
And Dplus care, they have to save Nobu, their MVP player. He will be picked up by Osal. While Ozzy-san and Tamra still need to find their way into the circle. 30 more seconds before the zone starts to close, and the blue will put pressure on them with Dplus care blocking their entry in. They still have a choice of rotating down south. Ozzy-san's up on the hill, and I believe Tamra is the one on the southern side. Oh no, Tamra is the one behind. So even if they rotate down south, there will be another player waiting for them.
True enough, and Senna cheekily hides right behind that monster truck. So, as you can see, a couple of all these members of A7 is actually into the zone already. Or should I say that's actually the Dplus Kia currently with their split going on. And it's definitely going to be tough for Senna to get anywhere, but perhaps he could be the thorn in the flesh up against both Dplus Kia as well as KN over onto the hillside, where I understand why exactly they did not try to go for that deep dive, because there are open angles coming in from the south that might just see them getting clipped by other teams at the very same time. As you can hear from by far, Superman again, this time catches Tamra.
Oh, Superman still with the cape, still putting in a performance for the team. And look at this. This time, the Vikings currently at 6 eliminations, top 6, doing not too bad. And the difference between this map and the map before this is that they still retain 3 players. Who knows they can come up with the chicken dinner this time. But Dplus Care still with the full squad, now trying to block Alpha 7 from coming in. Alpha 7 only has this one player. Nobu has it on crosshair. Not able to hit the mark yet, but still not in the zone. Tins shows up to finish off OZ-san.
Beautiful work with the grenade. But they're also running low on those utilities right now. Plenty of open space. Senna now goes for the Hail Mary, and he's got nowhere else to go. Nobu quickly gets him tagged up. There goes Alpha 779. Has been rather quiet throughout the match, and somehow they're still within the top 4. 4 versus 3 on, well, 4 being BK, and the rest having 3 members as a unit right at this moment. Dplus Kia in the mix of it to try to fight for that space in between up against the rest of these members of Vikings. But when exactly does Semline wants to join into the fray, we'll have to see. Tins Lee spots one location out of the members of Dplus Kia, also currently stuck. Nowhere for him to run, while the rest of Dplus Kia with this widespread is currently holding down 7-9, which is why we don't really get to see them.
Oh yeah, we haven't get to see 7-9 on screen, and now they're in the top 4. Okay, they could be one of the teams that might score the chicken dinner now. But the competition is going to be tight here. I mean, we're talking about now in the top 4, including 7-9. It's going to be Dplus there. The Vikings right here with Superman taking a lot of damage, gunned down by Fabian himself. Fabian from the side, sees 2 targets. Tins might be the next one to fall. Break behind him, providing extra cover fire, and Fabian has to fall back.
Only so little health left. At least he's got a little bit of backing coming in. While Break pulls down the fortress, it does take one down with the form of Nobu. And now Tins wants to go in for a quick recovery, but he has to run back into smoke because Fabian is right through his crosshair. And right now, running in with only 1 HP, not quite enough to suppress the rest of Dplus Kia. They move deeper into the top 3, and the streak once again right now could be in the works for Dplus Kia.
And look who's playing for 7-9. It's the legendary Man Parang behind that rock. Let's see if we can put in his experience with the rest of 7-9. Trexie takes down a player of RRQ, finished off by Yumeko. Where it is? Oh, it's Mika. Mika is Yumeko. And now with the nade by Mika onto the other side where RRQ is at. His nade will not connect, but that's okay. He still has 3 other frag grenades. He's going to lob the second one onto where La Paris.
We're also having Yumiko getting a little bit of airtime while Manparong having a little bit of tussle right there. Yumiko goes down to the hands of Ossel. Gen Foss now having a little bit of dip as they're waiting for these 2 to conclude the battle. Well, it's only down to Manparong out of retirement and straight.
Oh wait, what?
To the head of Fabian. He's still got it after all these years. And right now, Manparong still in trouble. Damage being done from the side of Ossel, and that should just do enough to suppress them. And now RRQ in danger. Dplus Kia hoping to seal the deal with a chicken dinner of their own here in Miramar.
1 more to go. 1 more to go for Dplus Kia to secure it. They're currently at 8 elimination points with all their players intact. Here is Lapa with his last ditch attempt on Dplus Kia, but from the lower ground, it's going to be very difficult for him. As Dplus Kia with a rampage, 10 eliminations will bring home chicken dinner number 2.
Just beautiful. Simply lovely work coming out of Dplus Kia, where you saw they were just having great spread of position, and they just worked all together to just deny any form of space coming from the top side of the kill into the mix of all these bloodbath across the field. A lot of these names listed on the feed were of Dplus Kia's names, and of course that's all thanks to Ossel as well as Nobu putting majority of the damage.
Oh, and look at the amount of eliminations by them. Ossel came in with the most eliminations, 4 eliminations for the team. But they came up a little bit late. I predicted them in game number 1, and now game number 2 they scored a chicken dinner, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm warming up myself, just like how Dplus Kia is warming up. And second game here, Chicken Dinner, surely they'll retain their number one spot for sure, especially with the amount of eliminations that they got. At least 20 points for Dplus Kia.
That's right, and of course, they will be uncontested at the top with this result. So Dplus Kia so far is really rocking a whole lot of all these feistiness when it comes down to how they've been able to play some of all these high ground terrain, and it's just so tough to actually contest. You saw those positioning coming in from Sem9. They were suppressed. They were not allowed to enter the zone for a very long time. Even Genfos and the rest of RQ, they had to find a dip to work with, and Dplus Kia, they just knew that all the advantage was theirs for the taking. While FaZe Clan has really shown up with those massive results. Last we saw, they were being ambushed from multiple teams, but yet again, they still prevailed and scored quite a hefty amount of elimination points to book out. And of course, Superman. Vikings so far looking super hot today, all thanks to the heroics of that individual.
Yep. The frontman himself, Osal. Well, not that frontman, but you guys know what I'm talking. Maybe he is, you know. I mean, does have a little bit of resemblance. Just saying. Being compared again with the man of the hour for the Vikings, Superman. 4 eliminations for Superman by himself. And note that the Vikings did not score the Chicken Dinner. They did come close, but without scoring the Chicken Dinner, Superman is still able to bring in 4 eliminations for his team. This guy is showing some level of consistency today.
Yeah, at this rate, if you have Superman working like this, I feel like they don't really need those chicken dinners so long as he's always in his prime form. But the MVP of this matchup is Canary. You take a look at the amount of damage he's done. 5 eliminations secured and on top of damage, and he just does it all. And this name may be foreign to some of all these guys internationally, but he's been the leader of this newly formed FaZe Clan with some of the ex-members of Asia Esports, and I start to understand why do they play around him.
Yep, and besides the Canary that put in a performance to be the MVP, Superman again, of course, up here, and Shopper from FaZe Clan also up here as well. So we have 2 representatives from FaZe Clan here in our top performance chart, followed by Osal from Dplus Kia himself. 4 eliminations for Superman, Chopper, and Osal. But what differentiates them is the amount of damage output. So that's kind of like the tiebreaker between these players to decide on who is ranked at what place if they have the same amount of eliminations. And it's quite clear that Superman is still putting in the work for the Vikings, bringing them a total of 11 points.
Yeah, and as they continue to trap, I believe they will still surge up in position, because the last we saw, you know, certain teams, they're sitting out of this run inside of Miramar, so you don't have teams like Voin Donkey to also challenge that statement at the very same time. So, but you gotta say it's huge improvements coming in from RQ, Sem9, and also for their debut run today, Vampire Esports as well as Kinotrove walks away with those 5 points. But massive numbers coming from our top 2 squads here. While we take a look at the rest of these extraordinary numbers, what's impressing me so far is not exactly the longest limbs, but the 14 amount of headshots that we're getting so far today.
Wow, 14 headshots. Okay. That's a number that we want to benchmark against like the other rounds. Another number that I'm interested to see is that how many eliminations. So it's 58 this time. That means there are a few other players, at least 2 of them taken out by the zone. Now with Dplus Kia, with the Chicken Dinner, they're back. 90 points in total. They are ahead of the Vikings by 32 points. But we've got to give it to the Vikings as well. 2 consistent rounds. Now they're number 2. And like what you said, right? With that kind of performance, they don't really need a Chicken Dinner. And they're up there.
Yeah, and after this, I believe MVKE might be taking a little bit of a short break, just like what Dplus Kia has been doing as well. They're kind of stuck in the same group, so there's going to be a whole lot of DK versus MVKE, so to speak. So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled out for that as we move into our next map of Erangel. Now, RQ, also big victors in this round, sees them tie the knots with Nongshim Red Force. Unfortunately for Nongshim, this round they didn't walk away with any points. They crashed out rather early, and even for some of the names like Horaa Esports, which we might have actually hoped for some big results, haven't really gotten all too much, but at least that was like 3 eliminations for them. Later on, I believe we'll be joined by A1 Esports in the upcoming match. Talon will also be playing in the upcoming round as well, if I do believe. So look at the rest. I think that 7-9, these 7-pointers, good enough for them to uphold their position. Still a lot more to be done, but it's great to see Manparan back in action.
Yeah, with old man Manpa playing in this round, 7 points, knocking on the door right now to be on page number 2 at least. So 7-9, at least a good start for them. They'll be playing the next round, so it's a chance for them to prove the level of consistency that they will bring to today. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Group B versus Group C, and Group A, they're going to take a break. Just like us, we're going to take a short break, but do not go anywhere. See you guys after this.
Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown as we're diving into Game 3 shortly of our second day of the playoffs. If you guys missed out, we've already got Alpha 7 and also Dplus Kia to be our victors for the past 2 matches. Round 3, who exactly will it be? Let's find out in a short moment in time. So, Cloud, we've seen a lot of explosiveness coming from all these teams. Now we're moving back into Erangel with a switch of group. Will that actually change maybe a little bit of the tempo as some of the teams coming from Group Red, they're taking a break? break.
Yeah. So if you kind of think about it, right, the first two chicken dinners, both of them by group rate. First by Alpha 7, second by Dplus Kia. So group rate, sitting out of this round, I believe that the other groups will be breathing a sigh of relief. It's like, okay, all right, guys, let's not need to face these powerhouses. Okay, let's play our own game. But whether things will slow down or not, I don't know. Because if you kind of think about it, Group Green and Group Yellow, they have their own hard hitters as well.
Yeah, arguably, I would say that there is no group that is going to be, an easy grouping. But for what it's worth, we're definitely looking at a lot of very noble names coming from Group Red. And look at these current situation. A lot of all these teams right now are playing for, their pride as well as glory of their own respective region, is going to put all out in this upcoming round inside of Erangel. So I believe it's time for predictions once more. Now, look at the list of names coming in, and without the presence of Group Red, this allows maybe a little bit more opportunity for the rest of the field. So who do you actually favor this time around?
Ooh. Starting to it as games goes by, it doesn't get any easier. Let's bring on, for me, the champions of PMCL, the star team of Myanmar, Yangon Galacticos.
I really do like that pick. And I'm kind of going back into some of the South Asia's finest. And speaking of which, 4 tribes, they're going to be back on the block again. And last we saw out of the names, I think like they've definitely done a really good job. It's just that they got third party in the mix of their action. So 14 will be the team that I'm going for this time around. So want to see if they will be able to fare. And I'm loving for the fact that we choose teams out of each different regions as well. So we'll have to see what exactly will the results be. Now, YG, I think like their run so far has been rather impressive when it comes down to how well they've been playing in the PMCL. Burmese goals have definitely given them a run for the money, but YG, I think on the finals, especially on the Smash rule, they absolutely rocket hard, and they've been able to be the best out of the pack for very good reasons.
Yeah, and it was just too bad for Burmese goals that time, right? Like, they were always trailing, and the thing is that they find it really, really hard to score the chicken dinner. It was so difficult for Burmese goals, but they were always very, very close. But at the end of the day, it's Yangon Galacticos. And also, a fun fact for maybe those who did not follow the PMCL, both Burmese goals and Yangon Galacticos, these two teams, they have ex-players from Genesis Esports, the best team in Myanmar. Now, it was, of course, unfortunate that they had to disband, but the players, they found new life in these teams, and they became like the number 1 and number 2 top seeding or top place team during the PMCL. So we hope to see more of these teams coming to the PMCL in the future. But Yangon Galacticos, we have to congratulate them as well. It is the first time that this organization hits to the PMWC. So it will be a first new experience for some of the players. I say some because half of them have that experience of playing in PMGC before. But for the others, it's going to be a brand new experience to be playing at a major stage.
Yeah, I think like this has been a long time coming for, a lot of all these players of Yangon Galacticos. And, to recall some of the very early days of PUBG Mobile Esports, when we take a look at YG's journey, I think way back in 2020 or even 2019, they definitely had maybe a little bit more of that playtime, but they didn't manage to make it into the grand stage. I believe the last we saw was, runs inside of the wild cards, and it was a very tough wildcard run where, some of the best names are also on that list. So hopefully, this time around, coming for Yangon Galacticos, they can actually really put up a great showing, especially with those names that we've just mentioned, like, Small, who's been absolutely impeccable. So I'm hoping to see him really proving himself in the world stage, considering that, they had their fair share of struggle throughout the course of the year. And right now, the faithful, like I say, eventually will be rewarded. Enough talking about all these stuff while we will now focus on what's ahead of us right now in the present as we're moving into our third matchup of our evening, as we're going to be jumping into match 9. You guys are watching Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. Sir Cloud, let's get this show underway.
The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. When the game back in
And here is the flight into Erangel. So that's going to be the second Erangel today, but we're going to feature 2 different groups. The groups without chicken dinners yet. So surely we're going to see a new team scoring the chicken dinner this round. While the flight path makes its way for our top players, most of them are from Group A. Like Dplus Kia is from the same group as the Vikings, and they are now dominating the chart. FaZe happen to be the same group as them as well. So it just shows how stacked Group A is.
It really is, and overall, when we take a look at all these names out there, like you have Longship, you have BTR, Voin Donkey, all these heavy hitters out there. As much as Voin Donkey didn't start off on the best note, one of the rounds that was played out, perhaps this is where they will revitalize, as they will have a early drop moving very far up north, while they're going to be accompanied by another squad also falling into the same direction. BTR is usually moving around that school sector, aiming to get themselves that apartment. So if they were to fend off against Group Red, you have a couple of problems when they actually face off, because names like DK will always be in around the vicinity of school. But take a look at the circle. We are getting that 50-50 split. Mainland as well as the island. APG having a decent opening, as they are the only ones in the island.
Oh, wait a second, Contra. We don't get to see this often. The team challenges Xavier inside of Pachinki. Xavier fights back. It's going to be Kindertop Gaming. Very, very bold of them to take this fight. Tamra has that advantage with the barrel, getting his knock. Now, Xavier, only one player left, 2-5-0-4. I guess they didn't expect that, because always teams give respect to Xavier and Pachinki.
Yeah, that's true, and I think like a couple of disciplinary certain altercations that does happen from time to time up against this Xavier, because everybody wants the best start possible inside Pachinki. It's in the center of the field, but KN starting off in such a good note, now sees the advantage, rushes up forward, Finale could not get the finisher, and now down to OG Sun. He does not really have to help, down to 1 versus 1, 2-5, 4 clutches it for the Xavier.
Well, it just shows that Xavier is still the king of Pachinki. Do not challenge them in their home ground. 2-5-0-4, the mysterious player, not only pull off a clutch, but he'll be the one to save a Paragen. Xavier, Kings of Pachinki now with 2 active players. But on the overall charts, looks like E-Arena, they entered a early fight and lost 3 players.
Wow, and I believe that is towards the hands of Blue Squad overall, as they've gotten those 3 points in hand. So, as much as, us missing out some of all these advancements, I believe what really went on was maybe, those usual contests for vehicles that somehow goes wrong, or they were also doing exactly the same, just like what KN did to the Savior. So they lose out a chunk. Now, only with 1 player left, I wonder how long can he actually last out. Now, look at the rest of the field. A1 Esports. I think like they've been able to at least do decent work back in the first day. Currently sitting at number 16 at the borderline. And I think like the last they played out, they didn't exactly score as much as they intended to. So hopefully this is a recovery round for the rest of A1.
Yeah, for A1, by the age, still all right. As long as you're in the top 16 is fine. But of course, last we checked, Sem9 is knocking on the door with a decent performance in the Miramar match. Especially with Manpa showing his experience leading the team to a top 4 in the previous round. So they're only 1 point away from A1, so they have to keep the pace up here. But E-Arena Joker is trying to keep the pace up for his team, knocking down Noel, finishing him off. So that's one player of GLU or Glue Squad eliminated. A bit of a revenge arc there.
Yeah, interesting enough on how they've been able to at least go eye for an eye. And Joker, he's still not really letting them off the hook. He's always tracking onto these members of Glue Squad, and at least he's got a decent compound to hold out for the moment. 4 tribes traditionally has played out around that very pier. And this is a great start for them, right? Because the last we saw, the circle was around the mainland as well as the island. So I believe all eyes are going to be at 4 tribes. How well will they actually work this one out? As majority of all these teams are still trying to figure out where exactly should they go from here on. The rest of Glue Squad right now infiltrates the compounds where Joker's currently at, and this is a very, very cheeky angle that Joker's holding out. So Glue Squad, they just gotta be very careful on where they actually step up ahead.
And Joker, the villain of his own universe, will be facing off the heroes in another universe here. This is a multiverse that we're talking about. The Blue Ranger and Yellow Ranger, Hexas, who are sharing the same compound as Joker, while Xbox, the Green Ranger, on the other side. And Hexas, together with KF, it's going to be a 2v1, but Joker, he does have a 3vs. But somehow KF, he decides not to pursue. Oh, but they found Joker. Okay, that's E-Arena out. Looks like he will be taking the last lap in the lobby.
Yeah, at least he's been able to bring 1 point back before, being closed in. So, Talon Esports this time goes on chase, goes up against Kent, runs into a tiny haystack, and that stops him on his track. Sinister still carrying it forward, but he's hoping to eventually choke off some of all these positions. They're hoping to claim this farmhouse for their own, or to make it a pit stop. Hitman's going to do exactly the same. So BTR just slightly late into the scene as they kind of wanted this space for themselves. Kent right now looking for the hillside. This is the usual settlement if you do not secure that farmhouse. So I would think that BTR, this is going to be a good stronghold for them for that late game run, because last we checked, this is very well close to the center of the zone.
There's one unless though. Unless if the circle pulls all the way down to mid to the base, then it will be something. But Sinister has sinister motives here against BTR. Long range almost got that elimination, but he failed to secure the point, so they will not be pursuing it, I guess. Unless if Sinister really wants to go for it. Okay, he really, really wants that 1 point, but by the time he arrives, that one player of BTR will be back up again.
Yeah, very risky maneuver. Sinister at least gather a little bit more intel, and he's really putting his body on the line. Damage to be done over on the side of Curian. Well, he's trying to defend himself, but he puts himself in the middle open, so that vehicle will be slowly shredded apart. Damage still being done out here. The rest of A1 needs to suppress the rest of BTR while Sinister is trying to do all that work. Can't now. Erratic sprays, hard to actually catch up against Sinister, but that's all the damage that they will be putting out for now. BTR gets to go on that reset, found themselves a solid old bunker for them to actually take cover from. So BTR feeling rather courageous to go ahead and recommit later on, but because of all those kind of back and forth, you are looking at BTR having some of these vehicles smoked up already, so rather risky. You did mention that there is a potential of that circle going back to the island, and if that's going to be the case, they got to look for alternative vehicles, and I don't think there's plenty to go around in this region.
Yeah, especially at the positions that they are at, like it's nowhere near the roads, and that's normally where the vehicles spawn. But frankly speaking, even by now, like those vehicles might be taken, if not tires punctured. We've seen that kind of strategy before. Notice on the elimination feed that Vampire Esports got on the board. So 1 elimination point for them to start off with. Now we're at stage 2. This is where I wonder, right, whether we'll see the circle go down. But Vampire Esports, what we're sure, the Yellow Ranger, Exas, landed the shot with a shotgun. But look at the circle. Military base circle, let's go.
And not only is it a military base circle, look at that circle, right? There's about 40% of land available. The rest covered by water, so it's a fight for any teammates that there is. YG looking for both by the corner pre-boss while everybody's looking to make an entry by the bridges. So 4 tries, I think that they have overwhelming numbers to deal with at this point in time, as much as they want to secure those plentiful points. I think Alpha Gaming is going to be the one that will be having some grand laughter because they're over onto that Milton Bridge, hoping to actually connect a few. Seikao could not handle the jump shot coming out of the member of VPE. Ansys will secure it while Master Smile, he's not going to be going for those bridges. So he takes that boat and safely journeys his way into the island.
Oh, 7-9 took the right bridge, last I noticed, and unfortunately they got eliminated along the way. But more eliminations coming in on the feed here. APG East takes out GK from Team Secret. At Fairy Pier, it's going to be Vampire Esports, the duo that has to do it. But Talon, now we have them on screen. Looks like they were in a fight and Achul went down, but he will be picked up. He will be saved. BTR, only one player left and it's going to be Kent. Now, just to give a little bit more clue on whether this is Federalis or not, he's always the final player for BTR back in the PMSL. So with this kind of pattern, that could be him.
Very well, good clues out there. I think like you definitely spot all these kind of trends coming out. Zero's dangerously low, saved by the bell. And Team Secret, words for wear, trying to make their way through, already being clipped by the blue zone as they try to make their way across up against the rest of Alpha Gaming. Which close and personal is really down to Trank here as they're using this vehicle for barely any cover. Trank goes down! And oh, Doc! He's always pulled up clutches like this time and time again. And right now, Ease, so far, solidifying that position. He's going to go even closer up against those members of Team Secret. He does not care if he slowly bleeds out so long as he takes out Team Secret with him.
Well, that's APG for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the last remaining land on the main peninsula might be taken away in the next circle. We get a confirmation, and it pulls all the way down south where Yangon Galacticos is at. Look at how many teams are at Ferry Pier. We have at least 3-4 teams there.
You know, the biggest winner is going to be the blue zone. By the end of that stat, I think like there's only probably 40 kills that's being claimed throughout the entire run. East so far holding down the line, not allowing Team Secret to pass at all. And I don't think that Alpha Gaming can afford to stay far too long because there's barely enough room for them to actually hold out. A1 Esports going for the scuffle, and I believe all these teams desperate, scrambling for whatever points, and then with that grenade, he's going to slowly bleed out. He's on the last stand up against Talon, and it's not going to be enough for him to hold out.
And here comes the spray here by Hitman from the side. And Hitman living by his name, but oh, he has to be extra careful right now. He's being hit back. Lots of damage out to him. The rest of A1 going to rush in on to Yoru from Talon. We have Sinister here in the same compound. While that's happening, Team Secret just got eliminated, number 12 with 3 elimination points. Here comes the rest of A1 to provide extra cover to Sinister. So Yoru has to be prepared to clutch this one with his S12K.
Enough space for him to work with, only the stairwells for him to hold out. I believe there's still a couple of throwables that they can work with to flush Yoru out of position. They're matching this very carefully though, as Yoru buying just about enough time. The blue zone's already coming right through. 4 tribes, they're also not looking to let them off easily, and that's one member down. Yoru doing decently so far. Still has 3 more first aids, pops 1, and quickly as it goes knocking onto the corners of the window, and we'll be able to find 1 back. But just like that, he kind of reveals his location, and that allows the rest of A1 to trade right back.
And now A1 now locked in with 4 thrives, but they do have the option of forcing themselves past the bridge, assuming that nobody's at the bridge at this point. But we'll find it out later on what their decision is going to be. But if they get the chance to secure those elimination points out of 4 tries, why not? Now Rowdy tapping away from afar. And he got his target. Donkey will go down. Doesn't help that the fact that the zone is closing. And he should arrive on the 4 tries anytime soon. Here comes PUBG Esports. Mastery showing himself up. Taking out Parage in the final play of the Xavier. Eliminating them. But they got fired back immediately.
mastery. He goes down. He was trying to heal up, and look at how many sharp eyes there were coming from A1 Esports. Now they've been able to pave their way through. Hitman's gonna take this advantage, crashes right through the smoke and into the crosshairs of Yummy. Once again, Yummy, a masterclass performance on those CQCs. It's down to Sinister to really close in upon him. No vision whatsoever. He goes in for the white wrap. Nova pulls out the S12K. He has to now bring out the M4. Yummy now seizing this opportunity, tries to go the other way around, finds the target, and now gets more points back for PUBG Esports.
Okay, so Yummy did it, but they're not out of it yet. Dplus is on the other side. That's a 4 first aid, so he can still tank out this blue. Yummy will finish off Sinister. PUBG Esports now at 5 elimination points, but Yummy gunned down by Rowdy. On the other side of the bridge, time for A1 to move in. The blue is just too much for them to tank.
Yeah, look at how desperate they are. There's just 3 handle bandages, and you still have Zero, who's made his way across. Yummy will not be safe for sure. PUBG Esports, we're down to only 1, but at least they could play for whatever position. They're already in the top 8. Look at how many teams that has bowed out, and this is only stage 4. A1 Alpha Gaming, and so far is the biggest victor because they are the only ones that move into the island off of the first the parachutes. So right at this moment, Alpha Gaming using that to their full advantage, going up against the rest of Voin. Great trades. Lazarus getting soaked a little bit. Razak gets a hole for his own, but Voin is only relying on their MVP right now in order to keep themselves afloat in this match.
And we got Lazarus, aka Schweppes, here together with Onzens in the middle of the circle, so they should be fine when the next circle shifts, as long as no other team crashes onto him. Rizek takes the active approach of trying to blow up the hovercraft. Although hovercraft looks very tanky, but it's actually not that tanky. It's still blowable. And there goes the hovercraft. But the good thing about the hovercraft, of course, besides it able to drive across water, it's also well protected. So that's why the hovercraft meta is well used by Claw Esports during the PMSL. But now without the hovercraft, Vampire Esports, they will need to depend on their own without the extra vehicle. Here comes Dogsy Red Force, defending the ground against APG. They got East. Dogsy countered back by Zul from a distance.
Well, I never thought I'd see the day it's Doc versus Doc, but it's going to be Zio there, pushing them with a grenade. Just like that, wipes out Nongshim Red Force, showing them who is the real alpha in this match. So, Doc, the other one, so far, looking well and alive, and not only that, driving with 4 points under his belt, while, of course, Nongshim Red Force have only secured 3, and at least they walk away with 1 placement point at 8th spot. And Vampire Esports, happy enough to share a little bit of that space with Razak for the moment, as they're a little bit more cautious about who's over onto the far corners of the hill, because they heard some of the engines running, and PUBG Esports doing exactly the same, as they're hoping not to be rushed by either side of the party. Decent amount of space for the rest of the East field to actually work their way through. A1 Esports by the very far corner. We'll see whether they will be able to benefit from this, but apparently not. It's actually Voin as well as VPE to share that space. And, well, speaking of Voin, that member disappeared. I believe Razak is already out.
I'll be keeping my eye on to Doc now. Observer has the same thought, as he is outside on the edge of the blue. Knocked down from afar. Now it's only Zero left, and he's kind of far away from his teammates, so to save him is going to be pretty difficult. It's going to be quite impossible for him to leave his comfort zone within the circle to go all the way out just to save Doc, putting himself in danger at the same time, so he'll have to let that one go. And Hexas confirms the elimination. The Yellow Ranger now at 3 eliminations.
So far, Glue Squad has been looking absolutely impeccable with their aggressive approach. From the early game to this point hours, they got themselves decent ground control. Zylo getting zoned out, and that grenade through the plane! I don't know how on earth did he predict that? But that is just out of this world. Blue Esports looking for a whole lot more. 7 points right now. 3 members strong. They could easily challenge for the top position because the other spot with this amount of strength is going to be YG from the other corner, which you predicted them to thrive. And thrive they are currently doing right now as they pinned out 1 member out of Blue Squad, Xbox, out of the match.
And it's going to be Smile, Mr. Clutchman for Yangon Galacticos securing that elimination point. Yangon Galacticos pretty chill on the southern side of the circle. A1 Esports on the west side with the high ground. But because they're by the edge of the circle, there's a big chance that circle will move away from A1. So they have to be prepared for the possibility of that to happen. But they have space in front of them to move forward anyway. Spot on the members of Yangon Galacticos on the other side, but it's not going to be a big threat to them for now.
Just trying to see if they could just hustle around these teams over on the outskirts and then eventually pave their way into the zone. That dip right in front of them is going to be a very risky approach as they need to find a safe cover eventually. And I'm not too sure where exactly can A1 move to once that stage 5 closes up, but at the very least, stage 6 won't be closing too quickly as compared to, the final couple of zones. So A1, they could still, have a little bit of convoy working out for them. So far, leveraging onto the high ground vantage points that they are currently holding firm to. But by the time it subsides, we'll have to see what kind of major decisions do they make. Zero so far, just making sure that nobody comes into his vicinity over the north to challenge. And perhaps Zero might also need to reposition later on. So down towards what the next zone is going to offer at this point in time. Vampire Esports, I think that they're in a really great zone. All they really have to do is wait for the right opportunities to take out Mernat right here, right now.
But it's not going to be a clear shot for Schweppes from this distance. They do have the circle though, and they are by the crossroads. So they not only have the compound that defends them, but they also have that crossroad that gives them a little bit of an open gap between themselves and also Yangon Galacticos. So it's still a solid spot for them. But if any other team were to move in from the back, then they will be distracted. That could be an opening for Yangon Galacticos. But the pressure is now on the Yangon Galacticos because they don't have the circle. So all Vampire Esports needs to do right now is just to wait and see.
True enough, and at this moment, they're not going to be giving away their position to anybody out there. YG has to kind of make a deep dive into those compounds up front, and that might actually see them challenge the rest of Vampire Esports. But they're trying to see if they could flush out those members out of A1 before making it a form of entry. And that's why Schweppes has been locking into that position, because they know that if there's any position that these members of YG needs to move forward to, it's actually towards the rest of VPE. So Schweppes doing such a massive work to really keep them at bay.
And now the zone is closing. Time is ticking now for Yangon Galacticos. Okay, they're deciding on where to rotate. Looks like they're going to take the east entry in, which is a smart move instead of trying to take the frontal approach against Vampire Esports. Okay, Schweppes tries to spray them down, but doesn't have a good angle. And now we welcome Yangon Galacticos into the circle. What a brilliant rotation by them.
Wow, great call coming from Smile. He's taking the other edge, and just by doing so, I believe they spotted Blue Squad halfway through this point, and then now seeking to eliminate that Soul Ranger that's currently holding firm over onto the hangar. Look at the POV of Vampire Esports as they've been unloading a lot of all these clips, but finding nothing at all has been rather difficult. Esports moves out to open field. That allows Zero to get a couple of all these great angles to work up against them. So this could be pretty much advantageous, but when we take a look at his setup, it's a Groza as well as Scarel. So no weapons, high recoil. He's just got to take his time align those shots. A1, the problem right now is that they have one vehicle blown up already. They have to rely on the Lambo in order to make their way across.
Well, pretty much they are all in the circle now, so they will figure that out in about 25 seconds when we approach stage number 7. I wonder if it's going to be a hardship or it's going to be a middle-ish circle. If it's going to go to the middle, then Vampire Esports will again have the advantage. But now shifting their attention away from Galacticos, going to look down onto A1 Esports, who's across the road. So if the circle shifts towards the right, A1 will have a difficult time. You're going to get a confirmation. Looks like the circle is still kind of 50-50. The road in the middle. Vampire Esports still with the circle. And let's not forget about the Yellow Ranger Hexas from Blue Squad also in it.
Yeah, he's just going to play it really sneaky. The problem right now for Vampire Esports is they're running low on resources. Look at that. Onsis only got one extra clip to work with on that scar. And Zero, he's at least getting himself restocked with those level 3 gear. He found himself a care package on the outskirts way early on, I do believe. And he's just gonna make a deep cut right into the zone. And here comes the rival of Yangon Galacticos. Easy does it. Takes out Hexes off the field.
And they are in the circle. After taking the position of Hexas, it's a decent spot to be in. Potentially, with the spot that they're holding, they could get stage number 8. Now on the other side, movement by A1 Esports. One player sent into the circle while Rowdy is still behind that hill. Not really in the circle, just by the edge of it. So he still has to figure out how to move slightly forward.
You know, Vampire Esports so far knows that they are absolutely boxed in. The only kind of reprieve is that we're looking at YG uninterested in taking that spot because they know that there are players coming in from that direction. Yeah, YG was kind of going for that exchange when YG was on the far south. After this reposition, they're just looking to see if they could just get a better edge of the zone. And once it does confirm that they will have to breach right in the compounds, then only they will take the fight up against Vampire Esports. For now, they don't really have to force the issue. But what I would praise is that A1 Esports, despite all of that ground being lost from the high ground, they're holding firm. They're not suffering all too much of a damage as well, coming in from all the other members. And take a look at Rowdy right now. Number 4 on the elimination, securing 3 in this process, in this field. Perhaps a lot more to put up against the rest of Vampire Esports as well. We'll have to see this gridlock coming in from these 4 teams. Zero is just going to play as a thorn in the flesh. He's not spotted by anyone, and it seems like YG is also uninterested to check for the moment. So all eyes are actually on Vampires as well as A1, who's going to be unleashing whatever flurry of attack might just get clipped by a third-partying YG by the end of it all.
Yeah, it has to be A1 now with Rowdy not having the circle, so time for him to move forward. He does have his teammate as a marker, but he does not have that vehicle to follow through. So if he were to move there on foot, then he has to take a bit of risk of being gunned down. It doesn't help with the fact that Vampire Esports know that he's there. We can see that he's ready with his smoke. His one and only trusty smoke. Try to block the view of Vampire Esports and maybe make a run for it onto where Hitman or Deathstorm is at.
Just waiting for the right moments. I believe there's still plenty of all these smokes unused. So A1 could potentially blind out some of all these entry points so that they could just fend off against Vampire Esports, as speaking of which, some smokes have already been popped up as we're looking at some form of challenge coming from both ends. Treps now pushing outwards, and this might be very costly. He's already taking a lot of damage, and he does at least clip a little health bar coming from Deathstorm. YG now will take out the final remaining member of Boop Esports, so only 3 teams left on the block.
Alright, this is going to be the final moment soon. Stage number 9, no circle. That's where the zone will close entirely. So it will be interesting, right? If both A1 and YG, they crash into Vampire Esports' compound together. Then it will be a sandwich situation for Vampire. But if I were to look at A1 right now, they don't have vehicles. Both of their vehicles now heavily damaged. So the best they could do is to create this smoke bridge and try to make a run across. While, if the timing is right, YG crashes onto Vampire, at least that will create a distraction for A1 to come in.
Yeah, they're so fixated onto Vampire Esports that it allows so much room for YG to extend their position, and the more time to be bought right now by YG, they're just gonna trample over these two teams going at each other, but they have other plans. It's gonna be Shrebs getting that nade onto Romeo Boy. Master Smile right now also getting bombarded at the same time. A1 Esports, they're going prone. And how much time could they actually use right now? Two members down from the side of YG. Vampire Esports looking to cut this one out. Bernat also spotted out, and it's still gonna be Shrebs doing a chunk of damage, but he does not outlast A1 Esports that takes the chicken dinner home.
Whoa, okay, after that distraction by Yangon Galacticos onto Vampire Esports, A1 Esports, they timed themselves well. They came in towards the end to land the final blow onto Vampire Esports. A1 hailing from Bangladesh, ladies and gentlemen, with the chicken dinner.
Impressive work. We talked about how challenging it was. They didn't have the zone in their favor for most part, and they played their cards right. They were going prone for a little bit, and when the moment mattered most, I mean, Schweppes kind of changed his direction of where he really wants to focus on. He managed to get those two knocks onto YG, and that is the very reason why Vampire Esports kind of focus fire on their side and allow A1 Esports just enough space to trade back down to 1 versus 1, and that was huge work from Rowdy.
Yeah, I would say that they overcame the odds to score the chicken dinner. The circle kept going away from Rowdy especially, and they were across the road. Right in front of them was Vampire Esports, and if Vampire Esports was not distracted by Yangon Galacticos, they would have little to no chance of crossing that road. But thanks to Yangon Galacticos pushing in first, distracting Vampire Esports, and that's where they found the opportunity to move in and close up the game. Gotta give it to their timing. Their timing. They really know when to execute what to bring the chicken dinner back.
It was absolutely perfect. I mean, A1 Esports overcoming all these obstacles and getting themselves the first chicken dinner of their own. Survives their standings, and I believe that this should be sufficient for them to secure a better placement into the top 16. So that's it though. VPE came super close to this one. APG, they were not within the top 4, but what they did was they were camping out those bridges. They were putting a dent onto Team Secret, onto the rest of the teams that were coming in from Milta. And by doing so, they have just gotten just about enough wiggle space to also play out a little bit of that late game. But just like that, YG, I thought YG had all the advantages, but the moment where Shrebs landed that grenade, it kind of crumbled from that point onwards.
Yeah, I thought so as well because they had the numbers, right? But A1 was the one that had the last laugh. So we're going to compare Devstorm from A1 with East from Alpha Gaming. So East, wow, most of the stats do favor him. 4 eliminations, 889 damage, and a team contribution of 44.44%. Although they weren't in the top 3, but APG looks like they did decently well here. It's going to be interesting to see how many points they collected in this round as compared to A1.
I believe a lot of the damage was from the bridges, where I remember seeing East directly in the middle of the bridge, not even looking for cover. He's just literally raw aiming at all these teams that were driving past him. So that's it though. Rowdy has been offering clutches after clutches for so many times, and this time emerges as our MVP of the ending that we just saw in South Sanaska military base. So impeccable work rate, 55.5% contribution of what he's been able to bring back to A1 Esports.
Ooh, Rowdy! It's been a while since we've seen him up in the MVP charts. Welcome back. And besides Rowdy himself, East from APG with 4 eliminations, the Yellow Ranger from Glue Squad Hexas 4 as well, and Doc, we did see him put on a good performance on screen earlier on, also with 4 eliminations. So 2 representatives from APG. It just gives us a clue that APG could have collected a lot of eliminations to place themselves high up there. But here's the confirmation. Number 3 with 9 eliminations, bringing them 11 points in total.
Well, there's plenty of all these teams that have been able to really farm high elimination points in this round in order to secure those double digits. Blue Squads, YG, Alpha Gaming, Vampire Esports, and of course our winners of A1 were the grand winners of it all. And we saw a lot of all that scrabble on the outskirts where teams were kind of forced to take on each other because there's just no way into the islands because 4 tribes kind of blocked it for the most part over on the far west. On the east side, it was Alpha Gaming, and they managed to at least get themselves running for a lot longer compared to the rest of the field. Surprisingly enough, I expected a lot of bodies to drop outside of the zone. It's only 4 players that got claimed. So everyone was working super hard in order to secure all the points that was left in this map.
Yeah, they played their hearts out, right? And like what you said, I thought the same as well, but looks like that wasn't the case. But what the case is that Blue Squad, after a good round, now they're on page number 1, number 8, 44 points. And Dplus, the Vikings, despite them not playing this round, they still hold on to number 1 and number 2 respectively. Yangon Galacticos with another good round here, now at number 4. So that's still a pretty decent run for Yangon Galacticos. No chicken dinner, no problem for them to be at the top 5. Now on page number 2, APG. We have to welcome them now into the top 16, the safe zone.
That's right. As much as we say it's safe, they take a look at the points. They're super close in terms of margins. 27 points for BTR as well as Nongchim Red Force. 28 for Vampire Esports, which we see them move 5 spots up because of this top 3 finish. And when we look into the rest of the field, I mean, A1 deserving of that chicken dinner, at least have a significant gap with that 38 points. Whereas a lot of the teams that were not playing naturally slides downward. So Horaa Esports will be back in the next matchup to get alongside with RRQ, who will be looking to, of course, knock some of all the other guys who's taking a break. We'll have to see what exactly will be the verdict, including Talon, who's only walked away with single digit for today. So I think that they haven't found rhythm as compared to the rest of the field. So Talon, they haven't shake off the rust just like how they did back in day 1.
And it was just unfortunate for Sem9. They weren't able to find the level of consistency. Eliminated when they were trying to rotate on the right side bridge. So 0 points for them. They remain on page number 3. But of course, it's not end of the day for them. They still have at least 2 more rounds to go. But before we continue on, ladies and gentlemen, as usual, we'll be taking a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break. A1. With phenomenal timing, they scored the third chicken dinner today. But coming up in the next map, we're going to reintroduce Group Red into our lineup again. The group that has 2 chicken dinners today, A Alpha 7 and also Dplus Kia. My name is Circla together with Contra. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. What do you make of the first half so far?
Well, the first half definitely has been super exciting with 3 different winners out of all the many rounds that we've seen. And A1, of course, gave us a shock factor by the end of it, the run, because a lot of all that feistiness was coming in from both YG as well as Vampire Esports, and A1 was the one to get the final say. Now, quickly as we get a glimpse of the teams in Group Red and Green, I think I've had a hunch of who I'm voting for next already. So we talk about the stacked numbers of players that are ultra talented, and MVKE. Now that they're back in action with a little bit of break, I'm still hoping that there is a lot of juice left in the tank coming in from those members of MVKE. And I see you put up the purple heart, so I'm thinking you're voting for Horaa Esports up next, aren't you?
That's why I put it up first, okay? All right, it's time. It's time for Horaa Esports to bring in the chicken dinner. Let's go. Another one for Group Red, maybe? What's on your mind?
Well, I'm thinking Group Red as well. I think MVKE, maybe it's about time that they get a chicken dinner of their own. So, loving the fact that experts are going for Alter Ego, where they've been rather quiet for some of all these runs, but perhaps this is where AE gets to make a splash.
Okay. I do like your pick, though. Solid pick. It feels like the Vikings, they're pushing it. It feels like at some point they're going to score the chicken dinner, and we can see them having the good vibes today, right? With Superman putting in a good performance, and in game 2, the rest of his other teammates also stepping up the game. So this could be the round that they score the chicken dinner. Alter Ego, on the other hand, though, very interesting pick if you ask me, because out of the 2 rounds that they have played, they only scored 1 point. So if they were to score the chicken dinner this round, it's a huge comeback for Alter Ego.
Yeah, I would say never count it outright, because most of the time you look at Alva as well as Rosemary, they're the type that, hey, once they see just about the right timing or just with enough pressure to perform, they come up with those crazy numbers with sometimes even close to 20 eliminations, and that is definitely those kind of possibilities when we look at a squad like Alter Ego. But of course, I'm not fully convinced just yet. Maybe not today. Tomorrow might just be the case coming in for Alter Ego. I mean, there's still a couple more runs to go, so who knows? We're not the experts. We're semi-experts. We're not the expert predictors just yet, because so many of these seasons, they've been able to best us. I'm just looking for my first point. I guess we both came pretty close on that prediction.
Yeah. I came close with Dplus Kia because match 1 I predicted them, but they scored in match 2. And in match 3, I picked Yangon Galacticos. They got 3rd place, so that was close enough. But you know what? To be fair, no chicken dinner yet on the prediction. That's okay. We still have more games to come, right? So interesting picks here, I must say. Very large dynamics from what I see here from our prediction desk here, including from our experts. So it could be anyone's game. I mean, predicting is never easy. We're talking about finding that one team out of 16 amazing teams. It's just so hard.
It is rather difficult. I mean, we take a look at both our picks, right? Horaa Esports, when they were playing, that run, having only 2 members to still secure top 3 and double-digit eliminations, wildest. And on these upcoming rounds that even moving into Miramar, I think Horaa Esports did decently at the very same time. Now, look at the rest of MVKE. I think like it wasn't purely just Superman that was carrying the weight of on his shoulders. Sure, he's definitely on the limelight, but now that everybody else gets a break, I believe that the kind of amount of burden will be shared in essence, so that things could look a lot cleaner for the side of MVKE to resolve whatever that wasn't fully working to secure the chicken dinner. And I guess that's the reason why I'm actually going for this pick, where we allow a lot of these teams to make those certain adjustments. And speaking of adjustments as well, when we take a look at Dplus Kia, they've been absolutely tearing out all their opponents, and most of the time, when you give them enough space to work out stage 4 onwards, this team always get to the finish line.
Yeah, they always do, right? So that's why at some point I believe that we'll see them as well. I mean, solid pick overall. If we were to pick another team, right, who might score the chicken dinner, I don't know. It's there's so many amazing teams, but if I were to pick another one, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Alpha Gaming scoring it. Despite them having a very difficult circle in the Erangel match, they had to cut across that left bridge in, and there were so many other teams there, but they still made it through. They still managed to score a decent amount of elimination points together with it. So they could be another team that potentially can score the chicken dinner if I were to add another one to the list.
Yeah, I certainly agree that is definitely one of the very good prospects coming in from that past group that we just saw really tearing out everybody else. So it really is a big question whether when we move into, say, another map of Erangel and maybe they don't get that island ending, they could possibly struggle as well. So I'm not too sure how it's going to actually play out for these guys out there, but look at this upcoming matchup. I believe we're also moving into Miramar, so definitely a little bit of a change of pace. If RRQ is going to be on board, I think they are happy to also shred a lot of names out there, which, as much as RQ wasn't really close to a chicken dinner early on, but look at how well they played Miramar. These guys might eventually find a chicken dinner of their own. I'm not too sure if they're currently playing in this group entirely, but of course I'll have to shake off my confirmation in a short moment's time. I believe that currently, as we're waiting for the game to start, we're having maybe remakes of the lobby, or for the players to also get a little bit more adjustments onto their settings before we hit right into the field. So when we take a look at individuals, okay, out of the many, who was the most impressive to you?
Oh, thanks to the stats. This will kind of guide us. Yeah. That came at the right timing though, but this is only for match 9 Erangel. So Rowdy as our MVP, 5 eliminations, and then we had East with 4 eliminations, Hexus, the Yellow Ranger, 4 as well, and Doc with 4. So 2 players from APG up here on the board. But if we were to talk across the entire board, who impressed the most? Well, to me, it's Superman from MVKE. I mean, this guy came up with a clutch, held on to a second place finish, and then in the second game where we saw him play, he's still able to bring in the elimination. So overall, throughout the day, Superman to me has been the most impressive.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. If it's not him, I would go with No Fear. Coming closely on my top 3 would be Sleepy at the very same time. Horaa Esports player somehow gets to our hearts in one way, shape, or form. But damage numbers wise, look at how close it is between number 1 and number 2 in that last round. East 889 damage, 873 for Rowdy, who's clutching it in order to secure the chicken dinner, and also provided with some help coming from Deathstorm. Onsens was always on the tail of so many of all these players out there, so at least we get a little bit more of that confirmation that some of all these mix-up names that we see on some of the VPA members, Onsens is also out there. So that being said, we're going to be seeing whether if Vampire Esports can also shake things up a little bit more. How many different hearts do you have prepared out there on your screen? I kind of wish I had that kind of prod level brain for me to also do this in between, because that was quick, my guy. You just have 100 tabs open inside.
Well, that's not too hard to do. not too hard to do. Yeah. I mean, of course, I'm trying to give my support here, right, to the Purple Hearts because it's in my prediction. You know, it would be nice to get a correct prediction on our first day of casting for this season. So come on, bring out the ball, bring out the ball. But of course, one thing about Horaa Esports is that they happen to be in Group Red, and Group A Red has the most heavy hitters of them all. So that's going to be a big challenge. And
True
speaking
enough.
about challenge, since we're heading on to Miramar next, so here's some stats to kind of guide us on who might score the chicken dinner.
Oh, I absolutely love the stats. And so far, the top performer for Miramar has to be Dplus Kia. The last they wanted was literally in this map itself. And now that they're back, they're definitely a very scary bunch to deal with. YG is definitely one that we predicted to also have a decent run as they have the highest survival time out of the many. And look at Voin Donkey as well as 4 Tribes. Despite them not really having the biggest showing today, yesterday's run, these are some of the biggest results that they've been able to pull through. And you know, this could be the case where Voin Donkey, they had enough of scoring only singular digits. They want to show up big once more in order to chase up against Dplus Kia. And Voin Donkey so far isn't exactly sitting comfortably so far.
Yeah, Voin Donkey, well, they need to be a little bit more consistent. I mean, we did see them putting a decent performance, right? So consistency has to be the key. Now, one strength of Voin Donkey that we have seen them perform in the official tournaments is that they are a very smart team and they have the capability to survive. They know when to take what kind of fights. So I guess that's expected by some of the fans of Voin Donkey as well, that they should be able to live up to what they have portrayed on the international stages of a official tournament. But so far, they have not scored their chicken dinner yet. But again, if you think about it objectively, is that as long as you're able to keep yourself in the top 16, it's fine. Yeah, you do get a few starting points in the grand finals, but at the end of the day, it's all about getting into the grand finals first. Then you talk about like, okay, how many points do you get?
True enough. And then when you take a look at the recent performances coming in from Razak, I think last round he's been trying to hold that compound up against Vampire Esports. It was still within the top 5, top 8, somewhere in the whereabouts where they're still kind of playing it really smartly. And that's the thing that I really love about Voin Donkey, where sometimes when you don't exactly have the firepower left in certain scenarios, then you got to play on what you currently have available to you, whether it's playing for survival or trying to defend your ground, or if you have to make a last stand, you just gotta start swinging your weapons out there in the field. So Voin Donkey definitely in a very peculiar position where they've been sliding a couple of positions already. So if they really want big results, they gotta try to do things a little bit more differently, where maybe they've been a little bit too passive as compared to what we've seen back in, you know, the first day of action where they've been able to get a whole lot of. And I'm not too sure if they've been fielding Vexy, because Vexy so far has been one of the key players other than Razak that actually allows things to be coordinated a lot more precisely for the rest of Voin Donkey. And from the list of names, I don't think I get to see Vexy today.
Yeah, we haven't got to see that. So sometimes we don't know whether like, okay, they are like just trying different lineups or trying to push the limit for some of the other players, giving them a little bit more run out, because this is an off-season tournament, right? So teams might be trying stuff. Just like BTR, we don't know if that is the actual main roster of BTR, or are they trying out players, trialing out players. They definitely have the right to do that, considering that, well, they have a window until the next season. But I heard something from Mission Control though, so I kind of missed that.
Seems like we will have a match to be reused in that sense. So perhaps we might take a while before we get ourselves into the matchup. So hopefully you guys can be patient with us, and we do apologize for any form of delay. While we'll still assure you that we will conclude all the matches within the span of the night. So we thank you guys for joining us with a little bit of our banter in between, and I hope that we keep you guys entertained for the moment. So we're talking a lot about some of our heavy favorites for esports, and of course the ones making wave has been Vikings for today. There's also Dplus Kia that's still reigning supreme at #1. Now this has been a little bit of those flavors that we're getting throughout the playoffs. Do you expect this trajectory to be the same moving into the grand finals, which is still a couple of days away?
I don't know. Sometimes the grand finals, you will see a different animal, right? From these teams, like they thought. Sometimes all of a sudden they will perform just as like a monster. Like you don't expect them to be performing like how they did in the league, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, in the grand finals they truly show up. So it's sometimes really hard to tell. But if we were to look at the current performance, like it's hard to deny the fact that the Dplus is performing very, very well. And they are also the current reigning world champions. So if I were to put my finger onto one team on like, okay, who might show up in the grand finals? Dplus looks really solid. Do you have any other team in mind?
Well, right at this moment, not entirely. So I think APG is definitely going to be somewhere on that list. Like when we take a look at Ruthless Invitational Showdowns for a couple of iterations already, sometimes when the stakes are not too high, they don't really put 100%. Sometimes all they need is just 50% for certain maintenance, and then come grand finals, that's where they start to show you their winning formulas. And I think like it's definitely benefiting for those who can consistently find a win or close to win, whether it's a consistent top 4, and which is why we're bringing up Dplus Kia, and for me to bring up APG as well, because we take a look at the track record, whether back in the days as 4 Miracle 5s or so, like these guys so far kind of knew exactly what to do to really close out the games. And now with the format being Smash rules, then these are the teams that naturally will be favorites.
Oh yeah, you brought a good point, right? This season, because we're implementing Smash rule, so even though it's like, okay, you think you're like the top team, but you can't smash it, and then all of a sudden maybe the second or third place team like catch up to the match point, which is only plus 10 points by the way, so that's not that much, and then they smash it, and then it's like, oh, okay, all of a sudden the chart just goes crazy, like just goes the other way around. So that could be a possibility. And I personally do really like the Smash rule. I know there's a lot of debate in the community on like, okay, Smash rule, no Smash rule and all that. But I'm in the opinion of like, well, of course, if the Smash rule hits your team, you would love it. But if the Smash rule doesn't hit your team, then you might not love it as much. So sometimes we gotta like, okay, be able to put that one aside and be objective of like, the Smash rule in a neutral perspective, I think it's really exciting. I think it just opens up a whole new possibility for who might be the champion of a particular tournament.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, because you take a look into certain patterns. I won't say all of it, where usually it's like a 2-way horse race or a 3-way horse race, and then by the time that come the final day, there's going to be maybe one team that suddenly scores like that 2 chicken dinners, and suddenly you have that giant gap that is unclosable anyways, and every other team was forced to play out the remainder rounds knowing that, oh, these guys are champions already. It kind of takes away a lot of that fun. Like with the Smash rule, nothing is guaranteed. Absolutely nothing guaranteed, where the games can close out, like you said, 2 to 3 matches at minimum. And then like if it's gonna be a super competitive lobby, you might see it go all the way to the tail end, and then who knows, nobody smashes it, and then it still becomes the traditional rule where the highest earners actually win it out. So I think this is a much more of a fair rule where, you know, you get rewarded based on your merits in that sense where, you know, that gives a whole new meaning to chicken dinners already. You ain't say that, oh, some of these teams, they walk away with a lucky strike or so. Hey, a win's a win. You know, like you can't take it away from some of these teams.
Yeah, and the Smash rule was not only introduced like this year, right? Like it was introduced even like not introduced like in the recent season, but it was introduced during the let's see here, the first half of this year during PMSL Southeast Asia at that time. And after trying out the Smash rule, the players, they generally do enjoy it as well. So I guess that's also an indication that at the pro level, they're okay with the Smash rule. So I personally do like it. I think it brings a lot of excitement to the game itself. Now, we will be starting our match very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, because we had a lobby remake earlier on. So we thank you so much for your patience. But I'm sure that the moment we begin our official match, which is going to be match number 4 in Miramar, it's going to be explosive. So stay tuned. Based on the rounds that we've seen before this, rounds have been running very, very fast, even though it's a big map like Miramar. So you do not want to miss even the beginning of it.
That's right. And of course, I believe that we'll check on in for even more of the situation right now once we do get confirmation from production, and perhaps by then we'll catch you guys in a little bit more, I guess. Well, we'll have to see about that. So of course, that being said, just like you and I, well, we're eager to see who exactly will be topping the boards once again. So look at the current standpoint. Well, guess we do not need to wait any longer. Good news is 30 seconds from here on, we're going to be moving into Miramar for match number 10. So, I guess we got to take a little bit of breather where we've covered quite a majority of stuff. So looking into Miramar, I think like other than Dplus Kia, I'm sure a lot of teams here will be looking to prove a statement of their own as we dive right through.
The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know.
Well, I wouldn't mind a little bit of that nice refreshing drink that Contra had. I'm sure the teams would like one as well, but they have a game to play and they have to complete this before they're able to pick up their drink. Let's head on to Miramar here. And this is going to be the restart. This is basically the second half of the day. So we're going to re-round robin. Okay, I think there's a better word to that. But re-round the rounds? Okay, basically it's going to be...
Re-round the rounds.
Yeah, re-round the rounds. I think there's a better term to that, but it didn't cross my mind. But anyway, I'm sure you guys know what I mean. It's going to be the first and second group again in this round. And of course, with the presence of teams from Group Red, the powerhouse group, this round is going to be explosive.
Definitely will be, as we are looking at RRQ dropping into Porto Party. So last we checked in, I believe Alter Ego was rolling in the same direction, got themselves eliminated very early. I don't think that Alter Ego wants to do exactly the same. Therefore, they're moving up into the areas of El Azhar. Now, who's rolling alongside? It's going to be Team Secret moving into Minas Generalis. They could also have a member to be popping by the truck stop if they want, added vehicles to supplement their journey up ahead. Now, take a look at this. Horaa Esports, YG, they're flowing upwards, looking for El Pozo perhaps. I'm not too sure if they're going to fend off against each other, but it does allow them to cut right into the third zone, which does favor 4 Tribes and APG down southwest.
Oh, but inside to Masera, 2 teams. Talon here, sharing the same area as Alpha Gaming. And Talon playing with 4 players this round. They start off with the first field, bullets on the other side, but nobody got knocked yet. So we're still at 64 players. But Doc took a lot of damage now, 50% of health. And Yoru landed the knock onto East. And Reboy Yaza, okay, whoever that player is, took that point. That's going to be first blood this round given to Talon.
And that's pretty huge if you ask me. Doc does go in for an equal trade at the very least, and just like that, Red Bull's going to be another casualty, so that leaves Talon with only 2. He's hoping to actually secure something in return, as it's just going to be a quick run in just to see if there's going to be any form of saves. They heard the reloads going through, so Doc, he's just waiting for some backup coming from Refuse, and speaking of Refuse, he's going to be able to attack him from right across. Talon now, only 1 member set in the way. Now, this is just a notion not to challenge APG, as there's only going to be 1 casualty. Doc's going to be revived at the very least. And this is not settled just yet. Acho now runs out in the open. Rifus now sees him running wide. He's just going to go in for the chase. Acho gets a little bit of that dip for cover. Only with a Thompson right now. Going for a wide swing. Some couple of bullets actually clip over on him. 1 versus 2. Not going to quite cut it. APG secures all 4.
Well, it was a good start for Talon with that first split, but the follow-up by Alpha Gaming, we know the potential of this lineup. So like what you said, it's a signal, it's a sign to not challenge them by them winning that fight inside Chumacera. So Talon might want to consider their drop spot in the next time they meet inside of Miramar. But for today, they won't. The next time around that they will meet will be inside on the map of Erangel, so there will be a totally different strategy altogether. Now that's done and dusted. Now we move over to Alpha 7 and Yangon Galacticos. With Yangon Galacticos getting the first split against Alpha 7, they have the man advantage. But Mernat is caught out here alone, and he will be monitored by Senup.
It's a quiet stare down right now. I believe Senna is holding him by that pillar. He's got no smokes whatsoever to make his journey across. So it's a very, very tough position to be at for the member of Yangon Galacticos. Needing a little bit of helping hand. I believe Master Smile knows that he's currently by the tanks, going on prone, while Senna expects retaliation coming from any direction. So you could absolutely commend how disciplined those members of Alpha 7 is at the current point in time. Squash Blue on the opposite corner also being withheld at the moment. Warning shots sent all around. Well, this is definitely not going to be an easy task to break out of El Pozo. And even worse for where is that member who's still currently stuck. I mean, Mernat, one of the heavy hitters for YG, probably will need to see if he could do something with that AK, or else he won't be even spending time looting it, all being stuck by that pillar.
A bit of a circle update, or the position of teams update at least. Look who's heading towards Chumacera. Voin, Donkey passing by where APG is still at. That's another potential clash point. Down south, RRQ is going to take the safest route into the circle. Not going to meet up with any other team. I doubt that the Vikings will be clashing with RRQ, at least for now. But with this kind of circle, I believe that a lot of teams will try to take the high ground as much as possible, especially those teams that rotated early. Because if you get the high ground with this circle, it will give you a big advantage towards the end.
True enough. I was taking a look at the position of all these players out there. I can't help but to notice that Horaa Esports have gotten not only a roster shuffle into this match, where they're bringing, of course, very familiar names like Hyde Dami, and Jiggle is back in play along with a very, very familiar face, which will, of course, will reveal to you in a moment's time. Now, somehow the stare down is not leading up to anything at all. So look at the positioning of those members of Horaa Esports. They have one member sent into the zone. The rest are still by the corner of ruins. So it is a good booking of space, to say the very least. And for the moment, say Cloud, Master Smile, at least they have the privilege to loot up. Can't say the same about Mernat, who's currently stuck by the edges. Razak with his furry vehicle goes right into the fields. Team's now looking for a puncture. Damage being done to Refuse. Beautiful catch! One of the early instances that we're seeing impactful plays coming from Team Secret. Other than that, Team Secret Arcane Game 1 has been relatively quiet. Good to see great notions from Zeros.
And they start off by eliminating a player of Alpha Gaming. So now Alpha Gaming only 2 players left. Okay, for them to score the chicken dinner is going to be quite a tall order. But we have seen it before. Like some teams in a situation where they only have 2 players, but they are still able to score the chicken dinner. So as long as they're still in the game, anything can happen. A Voin Donkey, great move to avoid Chumasera, because last we saw Alpha Gaming was there. So they would take the high ground instead, or the key positions that ideally teams would want to go. And with this kind of key position, they can have a good view of the rotating teams around them and make early decisions before the next circle shifts.
Yeah, well, glad that you actually brought up those points. I mean, 4 Tribes so far has been some of the finest out of South Asia to have great mastery inside these fields, especially when you give them those vantage points. Take a look at Falak and the rest of 4 Tribes. Still within the zone, and to me, I'm just curious as to how the circle shifts all the way over on the south side. Still having a little bit of body of water, so you won't expect a lot of all these players to even consider areas like prison. So up above the hills is where all these teams ideally want to be planned at. Sinister finding one as A1 Esports so far, going for those long range tags. So not expecting to fully capitalize on that. Instead, Yami has been claimed with a grand headshot coming out of DK. Speaking of Dplus Kia, this is the current scenario as we look at trades coming from Boom Esports, some great shots coming from Noble, and once again, with a re-peak so far, super sharp, super clean, coming out Noble as he's looking for even more.
And looks like Dplus Kia still retaining their consistency. Last we saw them scoring a chicken dinner was also in Miramar itself, but of course that was with a different group. But still it's Dplus Kia, so we cannot write them off. On the elimination feed, looks like your choice. Vikings, Woonty, scoring 1 elimination point. That's going to be a starter for them in this round. Alpha 7 gets Mernat. Claw, Pepeng gets knocked down by Noki, eliminated just like that. Looks like a lot of fights happening elsewhere. 4 Thrives and Claw now in a rough fight.
Yeah, we're starting to see a higher tempo of play coming from all these teams because they understand if they were to snooze out from playing these hill grounds, it's going to be a tough ordeal. And 4 Tribes still driving. Oh, that big swing with impeccable footwork will secure all the members. And that's a total of 4 points for 4 Tribes. And Claw Slayers, they have no answers to that over-aggression.
And Alpha 7 only down to 2 players. A1 getting on the board against Boom Esports. And we have RRQ now on screen against A1 as well. Looks like A1 is managing 2 teams at the same time. 1 elimination point scored by Sinister. And they're trying to score the second one here. As Sinister taps away onto Mastery, aka Misery. But oh, gotta be extra careful. By the side, a player of Boom. I believe that's Zero there that shot Sinister.
Yeah, and it's just a very tight space for some of all these players to play out. Mastery slowly bleeding out. Nothing that Boom Esports could currently do. Hitman tries to look for an alternate angle as he's hiding. The member is hiding right behind those warehouses. Sinister will take that point claim. And just take a look at such a grand position that A1's holding out. How many teams by the outskirts? You got DK, you got Team Secret, and they still have half of the team to be up by the updated circle. Voin Donkey now gets that big benefit.
And circle continues to pull down. There's still a good amount of water. The river is still in this circle. So that means that there's lesser amount of space for these teams to play with. We can expect more fights to happen as A1 will need to defend their ground against another incoming team. But it looks like they're going to relocate themselves as well. As for 4 Thrives, on the northern side, no circle. They might need to fight their way through FaZe Clan.
Speaking of FaZe Clan right now, they're pretty split at this moment. Canary driving past, trying to gain information onto Naki. While he's holding firm over onto this location, you can see that the rest of these members of FaZe Clan hoping to find a little bit of their angles into breaching into the zone. They really have to find a certain knock upon either members of Four Tribes in order to gain any form of a field advantage into the next zone. Octa, haven't seen him in for quite a while in the form of action, as so far it's been mainly Yummy that's been bringing those points back. Jingle now goes in for the rescue as Squash Boo out of Alpha 7 have finally taken that claim inside the city of El Podo. Not a full claim just yet, as he's working on to securing Master Small. And I believe that YG, they're kind of all too segregated from the last we checked, which is why some of all these catches have been happening across the field. Alpha 7 have lost so many of their members throughout the exchange as well.
Yeah, and they spent a lot of time just getting that one player of Yangon Galacticos. But one by one, they dropped while some of them rotated. So Yangon Galacticos, only one player left. As for the Vikings, okay. You need to manage Alter Ego. I believe that's in front. Okay, that's RRQ managing Alter Ego. They took out the MVP player. The FMVP of PMSL Southeast Asia, Rosemary, fell to the hands of RRQ.
Fair enough, and right now, speaking of RRQ, they're still looking for a whole lot more up against Krypton. While for Tribes as well as FaZe Clan, they go head-to-head. Red Bull pummeling it down along with some help coming from Canary to be able to suppress Falak over on the high-end corner of the hill. Now, moving forward, it's going to be a grand hustle coming out. The Four Tribes member looking for the beat. Not quite enough. The Chopper actually gets some help coming from Canary with a drive-by that allows him to get that shot through with a little bit of distraction. FaZe Clan comes up ahead, and still you got T24 finding the catch. An eye for an eye. It's only down to T24 right now. 2 more members remain for the side of FaZe Clan. Now they know where he's at.
Ooh, but look at this circle, Contra. There's still a good amount of water in this circle. Like what? 20%? 30% of it still in the circle? That means that there's like what? 70-80% of land to play, and even that, the land in this circle is not friendly. A lot of hills, a lot of high grounds, a lot of terrains for them to navigate around. It's going to be a very challenging circle for all these teams, especially for those teams who do not have the high ground. But T24 took up the challenge to try to knock down Chopper from afar. He got his target. Now he needs to manage Team Secret, but Team Secret is going towards FaZe Clan. They want to claim those points.
And they do it very easily by just rampaging right through, and just like that, Trang kind of stole away a couple points out of T24. Nothing that he could do about that, but at least 4 tries, they walk away with 7 points already. Kind of wish they had more. While Team Secret, they're not really taking too long, and now they're hustling through T24 at the same time. He claims one more! Now down to Trank. He's looking for that grenade to be primed up, creating a little bit more of that space. That nade will fall right through, not enough to take him down. Just it's still oh my goodness me! T24, he's about to wipe out the entirety of Team Secret, and that's already a rampage for 4 Tribes.
Just by himself. Now they are at 10 elimination points. We ship over to Voin Donkey right now, defending their space against Vikings. And Razak, the final player for Voin Donkey now, needs a bit of space to heal up. But he does not have the space. They won't allow him that. Force himself to go into the building. And from the back, it's going to be Tins landing the final blow. There goes Voin Donkey and number 13.
T24 have held on for so long, but it was Dplus Kia that was the thorn on their flesh. 11th placement, but with 10 points. Absolute ridiculous work from 4 Tribes. That's already a chicken dinner by itself.
Oh yeah. And T24, what a performance so far. Now let's see how far they will be able to go in the overalls later on. We still have the big boys here. Dplus Kia, full squad coming in from the northern side, unchallenged. But everybody wants a piece of the city. Horaa Esports with Sleepy here amongst RRQ and APG. But we're only at stage number 4, Contra. There is a chance, there is a possibility that the circle will shift away from the city.
I mean, right now, at least they could kind of bank on hopes that the next few zones, at least until stage 6, is going to be able to house them very safely. They don't really have to move too far off. So it is a good gamble, if I must say, if they were to at least hunker down into somewhere in the midst where they could still maybe run out in the open. So they kind of want to allow the rest of these other teams over onto the high ground terrains to fight against each other. So we'll have to see about this shift. If it goes over on the hot right, then, you know, A1 is going to be laughing their way out. And I guess you're absolutely right. This might just actually go back over the high ground, and Dplus Kia is waiting for that to happen.
Ooh, okay. And they're in a very solid position. High ground, they're able to overlook the city. In case anyone wants to climb up the high ground, Dplus Kia will have the preemptive strike chance. So it's looking pretty good for them so far. But probably can't say the same for Romeo Boy. Okay, Alter Ego is making the shift. If we look on the left side of this map, passing by Romeo Boy, Alba probably doesn't know that he's there, and Romeo Boy will want to keep silent. But wait, they made a U-turn. They probably sense that somebody is there, or maybe they saw a pixel somewhere.
He might have actually seen some of all the moves coming in from Romeo Boy. I'm surprised that YG has been able to make a run into this quarter of the map, because the last we saw, they were kind of stuck in there with Alpha 7 inside of El Pozo, and YG kind of held on to whatever that's left at this point in time. Alter Ego, they played it really silently. They started from Al Azhar, and to see them actually move over onto Prison Grounds also has been rather impressive, because that's, I don't know, a couple of 100 kilometers that they've actually covered throughout the course of running over in these corners. And now having a tough predicament. How do you get over onto a ground that's safe without getting caught out on this rotation? Which is why Alter Ego is currently plotting something up. RQ already soaking a couple attacks, and Team Secret over on the hillside having Frankie to claim one against Alpha.
Ooh. And Alter Ego is left with 2 players. Frankie, that was a sneaky one. And with the fact that now they know the presence of somebody in this building, it looks like they choose to crash in. Okay, they know that it's only one based on the information, based on the shots. And now they have the numbers against Frankie, so it's going to be a 1v2. Here comes Frankie. Mini 14 on one hand, M4 on the other hand. So he is going to be needing his trusty M4, but don't forget about that. 1 nade is all it takes by Krypton to take him out.
Yeah, a great angle recovery coming in. We thought that nade will be tossed immediately. Well, he kind of held out for a couple more seconds just to align through the windows perfectly. So that's some of the finest out of the pro plays that we're looking at when it comes down to managing utilities. Well, A1 so far, king of the hills, just like Dplus Kia, but they're taking charge over the far eastern corner of the map. RQ now stuck somewhere in the midst of the city. They are in the church, maybe praying that the circle once again shift back in the city. Then they don't really have too much trouble having to move out in that sense. Sleepy might have actually seen Romeo Boy around that corner, which is why he's keeping his angles locked towards that direction. And I'm wondering if these 2 individuals will have to reposition. We're getting a confirmation right now, and the answer is yes, they will have to make a move. And right across, Alter Ego isn't exactly looking towards that direction, but trying to pave a path to take up against Dplus Kia up the hills.
Yeah, this is where Romeo Boy will also be hoping that whoever is in front of him to move forward. If not, he won't have the space. And Sleepy is the one that's still waiting here. Okay, I think Sleepy kind of knows that somebody is there. So that's why he's using his TPP just to monitor the presence of Romeo Boy. Romeo Boy is going to navigate on the other side, so we try to avoid Sleepy altogether, and he still has that little space if he just choose that southern side of the city to rotate in. But Alter Ego, they could be out for blood. I don't know if they know the position of Sleepy, so there's a lot of question marks here. And I guess that's natural if it's a urban warfare. But now Sleepy stepped out of his shack. He wants that point out of Romeo Boy.
Rightfully so. If you're going to be an individual unit, you're going to want to claim whatever that there's left over on the fields. And YG could easily succumb to it. No clue whatsoever for Romeo Boy. And he's just journeying his way past the city side. Alter Ego, hoping to also do exactly the same up against these two players. It's a chance, an opportunity, not fully connecting.
And here's Romeo Boy eliminated. That's it for Yangon Galacticos, number 9. 3 elimination points. 8 more teams to go. This is where all the teams will start to collect placement points for themselves. And we still have Sleepy on the outside of the circle. Last we checked, and the zone is closing. Alter Ego should have an okay entry into the circle. That's fine. They won't advance further because if they do, then they'll be facing off against Dplus Care. And that's not the position that they want to be in, considering that they only have 2 players here. So now the pressure is truly on to Sleepy now to find a way into the circle.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough position. If he could buy enough time for the rest of these teams to be preoccupied, then he will be running over onto these cores with enough room. And if you look at the rest of Dplus here, they're kind of repositioning, swarming towards the direction of A1 Esports, and I believe that got them into hot waters instead. Sinister with a P90 lands the mark, and just like that, 2 members of the side of Dplus here is already down and out. Also trying to dance it all up, trying to go for a save, and they still get the job done. It's actually coming from Lopbar out of RRQ, seeing the fight happen in between the hills, and this is where Hitman tries to salvage this opportunity and prime a grenade right towards both of the members of DK. Sinister's feeding off that information, also now on the push as well. A 1v1 between the two to settle the scores. And that exact scope isn't exactly helping as he's running all the way downwards, giving that advantage back towards the side of Oslo. Will land it perfectly. And now a chance at redemption against A1.
Oh, okay. Osa's not out of it yet. And here comes the rest of A1. They are advancing. While we check out the circle shift, it looks like the circle still having a little bit of that high ground though. But in the city, we do have teams coming in, and that's with the ABG. But here is A1. A1 has tryout. Whoever this player is now going up against Osa. Osa 10% of health left, but he needs to reload. And unfortunately, he had to reload in front of Osa. He had no choice.
And also barely has enough cover. And all down to Deathstar. He's flipping over another chance for also. This is just looking devastating for A1 Esports, and he flipped out of the match. Oh. That's heartbreaking for A1.
Out of all the moments that had to happen, just too bad for A1. From scoring a ticket dinner to flipping cars. Alpha Gaming, however, only 1 player left. Is going to be still with his DBS gameplay, but they lost the 1v1 against Sleepy. Sleepy from Horaa Esports continues to survive.
Horaa Esports carrying the flag of Nepal into the finish line if they could. We've seen what they've done with the duo and Sleepy so far. Mr. Reliable, but in between them, MVKE. Another one clad in royal yellow, gold if you will. It's going to be RRQ, challenging the likes of Octa. He's all alone though. He's been there for a very long time, and it's coming to this point where its push comes to shove, and will Octa be able to hold firm? MVKE also with some preemptive nades to answer back towards the rest of RRQ, so they are currently boxed right in. A good opportunity. Octa gets taken out very swiftly, and RRQ, they're on the low ground. We'll see where they can fight off MVKE.
Okay, now Tins in the building. Woonti on the outside. As the 2 players of MVKE, we need to fight against RRQ. 3 players. Let's not forget about Dplus Care as well behind them. Dplus Care, they're just monitoring the situation at this moment. Sleepy with the DBS on the lower ground. He will stay put, but he will be slightly forced to move? No. If you gotta think about it, Sleepy still has some space. He can still park himself by the edge of his building that he's currently in, and he will be in the circle.
Yeah, that's true, and perhaps they just allow the fights to take place so Horaa can gain those positions. Now, Dplus Kia, they take this time to reconvene and take on the rest of Alter Ego, closing in the distance. Krypton did not last a second. And Nobu, oh Nobu, this guy, he thrives in the chaos. And it's just crazy, right? You think about it, Dplus Kia, they push from that hillside towards A1 and then pulls all the way back, pushes the other side just to take out Alter Ego. And just like this, I believe this could be a very, very good game for DK while that nade connects towards Genfos.
Okay. But anyway, Genfos has the space for him to be revived by his teammates. Olapa cooks his own nade, but and then the nade by Tens! Knock it out, Olapa! RRQ, big recovery for them. At the same time, Sleepy is moving into the inner side of the circle. From the top, it's going to be all-star again. Now Dplus Kia, 10 eliminations. They're currently on the rampage while RRQ eliminated number 4. Now we're at our top 3 teams.
Well, your vote and mine still counts right now. But we have a Talon on the block. The adrenaline pumping in the veins of Osso, as he's been the one that's been the kingmaker of this match. Taking out A1, taking out Alter Ego, and now looks to claim the entire match to secure their second chicken dinner of the day. Sleepy, barely enough space. What does he make good use of it? Dplus Kia has got no hunch just yet that Sleepy is over on the lower ground. We'll have to see what does the rest of MVK do, because they're bunched up and the rest of DK got them boxed in.
Oh man. What if Sleepy actually comes up with a chicken dinner? It's going to be insane, but Nobu knows his position. A nade was launched onto Sleepy, damaging his health down to 50%, but he still can heal up. Not going to be a big problem for Sleepy. But now we're at stage number 9. The zone will first touch Sleepy, so he will be forced to show himself to both MVKE and Dplus Kia.
He might need to actually take up the fight up against the rest of Vikings as well. So it really depends how much utilities does he have, and will he try to actually peek over onto those members of Dplus Kia. With all these terrain advantages, it doesn't seem like there's much of an option for the rest of these field. And Noble once again hitting the mark, looking for those members of the members of MVKE. Just like that, Dplus Kia secures their second chicken dinner.
Well, 2 chicken dinners yesterday, and so far today, another 2 chicken dinners for Dplus Kia. 4 chicken dinners in 2 days. This is an insane performance by Dplus Kia, and for sure, by scoring this chicken dinner, they would have scored more than 100 points in total so far.
My, who can even come close to contest up against these members of Dplus Kia at this moment? Their work rate is off the charts, and once again showing us why they are the very best in Miramar.
Very best of South Korea. The current reigning champions of the world, Dplus Kia, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not like it's an easy chicken dinner for them. They had a hard fought, especially against A1 earlier on. And they brought in a total of 14 eliminations, so that's 24 points in this round. Surely they will be above 100 points. And everyone else is far away. They've created this big gap between themselves and even whoever who's at the second place.
Wow. Just phenomenal. Take a look at Oso's damage. 700 over, and so many clutch moments come out of this player himself, and it's just incredible. Nobu doing exactly the same, supplementing whatever it takes, always tagging alongside Oso, and he have been able to clear so many of all these big threats, even the likes of Alter Ego. If they did not make those bold calls, then they might not even be able to have this smooth victory by the tail run of it.
Looks like my man needs a drink. But Dplus, yeah, I mean, at this point, what does it take to stop this team, right? They only lost one player, I believe, towards the end, and that's absolutely fine because they gained so much more through the fights that they did. And look at that travel distance, the most among all these other top teams, just shows the work rate that they did in this round. Now, the rest of it, Vikings at second place. Again, a very consistent game that they had today, even though they don't have the chicken dinner, but they've been showing a level of consistency. We also have 4 tries with a brilliant play by T24 in this round and RRQ. Welcome back to the top 4 teams to watch. All 4 teams from different regions. It will be interesting to see how the overall charts will be shaped out later on.
True enough, and look at the rest of the field right now. I'm thinking that MVK at least has gotten good enough of maintenance overall over the course of these maps that they played out. So they are definitely chasing in, but the amount of points that they have right now won't be able to at least match up to what DK has in store. But in the form of damage, take a look at that. 1.8k versus 2k. It comes in really close, but the only problem is that Vikings, they did not manage to convert those high damage output into elimination points. And I guess that is just the nature of Miramar, where you have so many covers to work with.
Oh yeah. Especially with the fact that Dplus care, or one of the things that they did very well is that they took the high ground, and then everyone else like decided to go to the city, which is okay, right? But because of that, they have the high ground advantage, that they have a lot of information. And one of the players that did well with information is Osal, MVP of the match again. 8 eliminations this time. Not the sexiest of damage, 768, but it's all about the eliminations that brings the points to the team. A massive amount of eliminations by this player himself. Imagine, out of 14 eliminations, he scored more than half of them.
Yeah, absolutely crazy work coming out of Osal, and that fight that he took up against A1 was just a daredevil move where you saw he barely had enough cover. I was sure maybe the final guy, Sinister, kind of flipped his vehicle, and it was unfortunate, but the way that he handled such a high-pressure situation is what makes him one of the best players in the world at this moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely. I mean, he's also paired together with Nobu this round as one of the top performing players. But T24, glad to see him up here as well. We did see him put up a big clutch earlier in the high ground fights. 5 eliminations brought by him to the team, contributing 50% towards the team. Now here comes the board. 24 points for Dplus Care. We calculated that earlier on, but the Vikings still consistent with 12. 4 thrives. No placement points, no problem for them to be up there with the 10 eliminations thanks to T24.
Yeah, it was crazy work where we saw how many teams were funneled towards 4 Tribes direction in that early game, and they just kept on fighting, and they didn't really worry all too much. It's like, okay, we can take down 2 to 3 teams. We're happy enough with that result. Whereas you take a look at Class Leaders, I felt like it's been a slump for them for a couple of rounds already. It's looking rather worrisome for all these Indonesian teams in general, where they're still hovering around that single-digit mark as compared to the rest of the field. Let's take a look at some of the rest of the stats as well, where we're having pretty long-range shots coming in from Trang, the highest that we've seen so far for today.
Oh yeah, 370, you're right. This is the biggest number that we've seen so far. So it's always nice to get your picture on the board. Although arguably the longest elimination distance that isn't the most impactful stat or the most important stat, but still getting your picture on the board, can't complain about that. But total of 60 eliminations, and with the fact that Dplus Care ended the round with 3 players, so only 1 player got eliminated by the zone in this round. Now, here comes the overalls. For sure, number 1, Dplus Care. Welcome to the 100-point mark. 140 whooping points collected by them. They're ahead by the Vikings by 44 points.
It's crazy. I mean, you take a look at the average ratio right now, 2 chicken dinners per day, and you still have a few more games to go. So there's a potential for even a third chicken dinner for this evening. Wow. VIG, they improved by a margin, all thanks to the survivability of Romeo Boy in this round in order to be a cut above. And for Tribes, that 10-pointer is what puts them at number 5 right now. A7 was not part of the equation. Naturally, they slide, but the rest of the field so far having some struggle, while MVKE, they look like they're unmoved, but they're absolutely putting major points every round that they get. Look at that. Today's one, you got 15 points for the first match, 11 for the previous, and last round, another 12 points.
And because of the survivability of Sleepy, Horaa Esports is now at page number 2 at number 16. Most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, is to be in the top 16, to maintain the top 16. RRQ, let's not forget about them, one of the biggest leapers in this round. After scoring 9 points, they leap up 5 notches to number 12. So they're pretty okay in the middle of page number 2. But to be fair, some teams did play this round, some teams took a back seat, and they'll be back in the following round. Now on page number 3, BTR is one of those teams that took a break this round, so we got to be fair to them. Naturally, they will allow other teams to catch up to them, and they are pushed down to page number 3. Same goes for NS Red Boss.
Yeah, take a look at this page so far. A lot of these teams are still struggling. Alter Ego today has only gotten 5 points so far. The bulk of their income was from this round itself with those 4 points. And same could be said about the rest of the field. So definitely a lot more work for them to actually work on. So we'll have to see. We still have another couple of matches. So I guess we'll see what these teams can actually offer to us.
Yep, looking forward to that because in the next round, Group Red will still be playing. And just to point out, today out of the 4 rounds that we have watched, 3 chicken dinners are from Group Red. So again, it just shows the level of powerhouse that they have in this round, or at least today that is, or well, as long as we retain this group, which I believe will be throughout the entire playoffs. But before we head on to that, we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we're back, it's going to be Erangel, so don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss out on match number 5.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
out of four chicken dinners, 3 of them from Group Red, man. Group Red is showing some proudness here. And specifically, Dplus Kia, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. And we're still here with you. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my wonderful buddy here, Contra. And man, what does it take to stop Dplus Kia at this point?
I don't know, man. They kind of took my voice away in that sense. Halfway through, I'm trying to recover. I hope you guys don't mind me if I sound kind of bad right now. But like you said, Group Red, they look phenomenal. I mean, as much as we talked about how stacked those rosters are, now we're bringing in Group Yellow. And I think we've seen quite a lot coming out of the players out of Vampire Esports, that they are very capable. But what about D-Savior? We always talk about that late activation. Is it about time that DX actually gets involved?
Well, are they on your prediction then?
Well, you know what? Let's bank on it. Put DX on my list if that's the case.
Okay, all right. Locking in D-Xavier there, but I normally don't do this, right? But I have to give an exception today because it's hard to deny. Dplus Kia.
Oh, yeah.
Let's bring it on. Yeah, and what I mean by when I say I normally don't do this is that I normally don't do like the same 2 teams in a day. But at this point, it's like, how can you say no to them, right?
Yeah, I think like by now they could just rest like 1-2 games and they will still be number 1 in that sense, because they have deserved it with 4 chicken dinners already. Now, what I love is the experts' prediction. Alpha 7 so far, they are absolutely great when it comes out to all these duels, especially when they are giving them just about no space, where they thrive the best when it's like open field format. A7's got great firepower, and I'm definitely looking forward for a whole lot of that. D-Savior, I don't know if it's a lot of trial and error, a lot of tests going on their side, because they're not revealing who exactly is playing for today. And so far, at least, we have noted that there's Paragon, there's also a few other notable names, but it's a big question mark. Are we seeing Lamborghini play? I have no idea.
I mean, he could be one of those pseudo-names, right? So we don't know. No pictures for those pseudo-names, so I don't know. It's so hard to tell, right? He could be amongst them. He could not be amongst them. We don't know yet. But one thing we want to find out is that whether they will be challenged in Pochinki, because the last time we saw D-Xavier and Pochinki, they were challenged by another team. Now, another area that could be contested early is Yasnaya. The Horaa Esports versus Talon fight might happen again now that we're restarting in Erangel, and they happen to be in the same group anyway. Well, let's check out Erangel if that happens.
Here we go, moving into the next round as we are seeing this fight take off from Stalber yet again to be moving into the island. Now, does that signify that we're getting another island finish? Because last time we saw, APG was the only one inside the island. So perhaps teams have made certain studies, or maybe with the change of groups, some of the teams might be looking for certain adjustments to maybe take spaces like Novo Rupnoy to themselves. So A7, they're already out of the plane, perhaps claiming a little bit of territory around the fields of the mansion grounds, and we'll get that direct flight into Yasnaya. So who knows what kind of direct challenge is there. If Port Esports is still on board, then we will expect a little bit more of that explosive fight to happen. But I believe Horaa might just be taking a break after, 2 back-to-back rounds. So, well, actually, they're still here. And it seems like a little bit of a change that we're looking at when it comes down to certain drop spots currently.
And this will be the last round for the night for Horaa Esports. Then they will be taking a break from the final round because it won't involve their group. But at the very beginning, Yasnaya, Horaa is going to drop there as expected. And E-Arena is somewhere close. But circle-wise, not the easy of circle when you have to split between the north and the main peninsula. So teams will still need to guess where the circle will go at the end of the day. But that's something for them to figure out later, especially for the teams that have early encounter. Alter Ego and Alpha 7. How similar the names are. Now it's the fight for Lipovka.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough battle in between some of the areas, and whoever knows the city like back of their hands will be having the biggest benefits out of it all. The Saber at it again in the fight of Pachinki as they are taking more of these applications up against the rest of KN. And they managed to take out 2. They lost only Powerjet at the moment. Now storming right through 2504. He's hoping to claim the numbers, and just like that, secures it. 4 straight points. This time, looking much cleaner than before.
Yeah, the last time Xavier they won with 2 players left. This time 3 players. So it's an improvement by them. And so happened that Kinotrop and Xavier happen to be in the same group. So that means the fight for Pachinki might continue on. The same goes for Lipovka, perhaps. Because Alter Ego and Alpha 7, they are also in the same group. But between these 2 teams, Alpha 7, they scored 1 elimination. And Alter Ego, with only 3 players left. And Alter Ego haven't had the best of performance overall so far. They're currently at number 20 in the overall charts. So this is a fight against Alpha 7 that they cannot afford to lose. Whereas for Alpha 7, even if they lose this fight, they will still be on page 1. So no sweat for them.
Sure enough. And Alter Ego backs against the wall, though. Today hasn't been their day out so far. As I last mentioned, they've only had a total of 5 points throughout the many rounds that they played out, and is looking rather worrisome. And this time, we're having Yuhai that will be playing for this. Voin marking onto the Zerots over on the far corner, and Schweppes kind of stuck between trees. Manparang marking onto the location. It's been a long time since we actually get to see Yuhai actually playing alongside with Manparang, and it's been like how many seasons now?
I'm trying to think back history, right? When Mamparang was still actively playing with then called Yuru Gang.
Yuhai was not around. He was in Team Secret.
Yeah, so officially on an official tournament, they have not played together yet. But who knows with this sort of setup, they might in the upcoming PMSF.
They play together in the same lobby, but against each other.
Oh yeah, that's right. But both of them have their respective successes though. But Deva is looking for his own success here as Alpha 7 is charging into the same building where he's at. So the teammates spread across, and Krypton tries to cut across this building to provide extra cover for Daybot. And Alpha 7 still not letting them go in the same building. But they are playing this very carefully. They're aware of the other players of Alter Ego that could be on the other building coming in.
Love the implementation of sticky grenades. They're trying to flush this position. They get the knock over on Krypton. Now down to Daybot. He's got the Bison in hand. Looking for the wraparound, and it's something to Senap, who's being able to bring that DPS into the equation. And right now, down to Alpha, now with the push. Alpha 7 squeezing passes. They have been able to get the better end of the trades. Now down to Alpha, riding around the corners, and Senap manages to spot him out. And just like that, tags him out. Alter Ego once again walks away with barely ending it all, and this time just starting from 0.
Yeah, 0 points. Hasn't been the best of days for Alter Ego. Eliminated by Alpha 7, who now has 4 elimination points to their name. And they ended this fight before the blue arrived on them, so they will have much more time to rotate into the circle as compared to the match in Miramar. And speaking about the circle, so it looks like most of the teams still picking the main peninsula around the Gatka Mountain area. We have Blue Squad there, E-Arena is there as well, together with the Vikings. BTR, however, they take the northern side, so hoping for the circle to shift that way, but it's still 50-50. It could go anywhere.
True enough, and just like you said, BTR the only one over in northern corner, and who knows if the hard shift would possibly benefit them right now while
Blue Squad has maybe a little bit of 50-50, some of the containers, and a couple more that's still holding over onto the corner of the bridge. So I think this is a good plan coming from Blue Squad. We saw them actually farming some big numbers, all due to the effort coming from the well, as well as what I deem to be KF to also be chiming in for some of all these damage output at the very same time. And so far, they have been looking stellar on the offense. And speaking of offense, I think like that area over on the north side of that Mount Gakka will definitely see a lot of bloodshed later on. But it's been a long-standing ride over on the corner of Lipovka, and now they're soaking in some blue zone damage. So Alpha 7 has got a long journey up ahead. Wow, Mountain Red Force land their route A7 caught in between.
Red Bull! Oh man, what did he just do? Alpha 7 totally didn't expect that. One spray knocking 2 players of Alpha 7 down to the ground. Oh, you sneaky Red Bull.
Who would have thought Red Bull would be out here camping for so long? And he was not part of the plan at all. You know, the last time we saw FaZe Clan, we were scattered around the field, and he snuck up on these guys. Just like that, FaZe Clan kind of know what exactly to do with those late rotators and absolutely got them all punished. RQ doing the same as they're camping out for Claw Slayers right underneath that bridge. And take a look at how many bodies out there on the blue zone that there is at this moment.
Yeah, especially on the right side bridge. Claw locked in with RRQ. Both sides don't want to let go of each other, it seems. Look at the position on Napeko. He still wants to be here to try to block out Claw. Even though they're soaking up the blue damage, taking a lot of risk there. Ken gets needed down, and Xavier will be the one to take over this compound out of the hands of BTR. And BTR, they will lose players. Still in the game though with 3 players. So not too bad for BTR, as the rest of them are on the other side, so they will avoid unnecessary fights. Back on the right side bridge here. Claw and RRQ continues on. Nice long range by Mr. Unstoppable. Knock down the Napeko.
RQ going on from that full chase, and it's really taking a toll on both of these teams right now. More so onto Claw Slayers, now losing another one in the process. Great maneuver, and now down to 1. Unstoppable doesn't look too unstoppable right now with that nade. Prime right through.
Wow.
It will secure it for the Kings of Kings.
That's an absolute 3-pointer there. What a nade that was. That was very far away, but he was still able to land it. Oh, sleepy for Horaa Esports. Just got a play of VTR. But no continuation from there. It could be a long-range knock. A long-range elimination. But now teams taking their position within the circle. Blue Squad has arrived. The Dragon Rangers. Horaa Esports, welcome to the circle as well. Looks like they decided to go down to the main peninsula side. I guess that's because of the shift of the stage 2 circle. Maybe majority of the circle is on the main peninsula. That's why we see most of these teams decided to go there.
Yeah, the last we checked, it actually moved over onto the far end of the Gakka fields. Only slight bits of the mountain is being covered, which is why you see a lot of teams are currently repositioning themselves. And Horaa could still play by the corners of the ruins ground. It does give them a little bit of cover for now, especially with this area being unoccupied, so they can take claims. While you can take a look at D-Saber on the peak, having a little bit of spread at this moment. And just seeing if we can find that catch. Damage being done.
Ooh.
Beautiful work to take Curian out of the equation. I believe the rest of BT are also looking for a little bit more of that space. That's going to be Sky spotted out. For Esports, looking whether or not if they could reconvene and perhaps take a little bit of challenge up against the Saber, because they may not be able to hold over on the high ground all too much. And you take a look at even the containers, it's being evacuated entirely, and lo and behold, the fight is gonna take place all the way up top and on the low grounds.
Ooh, a lot of focus on the Gakka Mountain now. And Xavier has that mountain top locked in. I wonder if any other team would want to challenge them for that top. For the Vikings, coming in from the right side into the circle, they are in it, so it's more of them taking the position of their liking. They found a compound inside of Gaka, so that's okay for them. This should be a position that not many teams will want to take at this point, or they might find it not worth it to force themselves into this compound. Many other places for them to still be at. And Dplus, yeah, decides to play on the lower ground as well. The powerhouse of this round. As for Sem9, high ground, coming into the circle, will force them to go down to the lower ground. So they have to be aware of the presence of E-Arena. Next could be challenging them for the position. But speaking about a challenge, here comes Horaa Esports.
Well, looks like what I mentioned early on have rung true. Horaa Esports looking to pave their way. D-Saver, they've been here for quite some time, and 2504 was the one that kind of saved the day when they were battling inside Pachinki, and this time needing him to clutch once again. DX4 looking for some alternatives, and that grenade clipped perfectly. High Dami now clear is the front line. Levi's actually back on track, so he will have a lot of work to do to hold the rest of them down. Guess he will see whether if they could just wait for the right timing. Jiggle as well, Sleepy, closing in the distance, and now it's looking rather dangerous for the rest of the X.
And Levi's with the high ground. But the players of Horaa Esports surrounding him though. SLK, 1v1 against Jiggle. Jiggle taking a lot of damage. Jiggle in trouble. Jiggle will be knocked out by Levi's. Levi tries to finish him off with an M4. But the rest of Horaa Esports got to follow up. Here comes Sleepy, but Sleepy takes a lot of damage from the other side just to be finished up by Levi's. Horaa Esports, they failed to take the top of this mountain.
Oh, it seems like it was some help coming in from FaZe Clan that got the rest of Horaa Esports sandwiched in between. And hence why D-Saver is willing to give up a lot of that space because they expected more and more of those visitors. And right now, only 2 members remain. DX, I kind of voted for them, and now left with 2. I'm not sure how long could they actually hold on for. And it's all about managing your resources at the same time. But with other teams flushing that position, it's looking harder and harder to do. A very high likelihood that this circle will still appear around the hillside as directly to the top. So it's really a battle for attrition. Look at all these teams over the south side. They got to find a way in.
Yeah, especially for Sem9. The closest rivals to them is going to be E-Arena down south. You have them on screen. E-Arena looks like they're making their move. They have a 4-way split, so they want to play together. At stage number 4, especially when it's this close, you want to play close to each other because fights tend to happen. So Sem9, they missed their chance of getting a pickup off to E-Arena. Managed to escape. Now the rest of E-Arena, they are plotting their way into the circle, but there's still enough space and they do have a marker, a player that's in it, so they should be able to follow up soon.
Yeah, great flag coming in from 456. He sort of is in the Squid Games of his own in that sense. So we'll have to see if he'll be able to, you know, get into the grand finals, just like the series. I'm not giving any spoilers for those who have not watched it. If you're not watching it, I don't know. Maybe you guys been busy watching us casting this matchup instead, which is a good thing. FaZe Clan now getting soaked up with a lot of damage being done. So right now it's all down to Shopper. I'm not too sure what when I was RRQ flushing them up, and somehow, the Savior is still holding firm.
Ooh. Wow, so many teams coming in onto the high ground. Next up is going to be RRQ. Here comes RRQ. He has to pick up points out of FaZe Clan. While at the back, we see Genforce. Okay, Genforce at the forefront here. Looking for his space. RRQ currently dominating with 5 elimination points after taking out Shopper. Dewey is going to be the final remaining active player for FaZe Clan. He will escape this one. Well, Red Bull will be eliminated. Next is going to be Dplus Care. Say hello to them as they managed to hike up to the top of the mountain as well.
Yeah, there's not much space for that DX member to run all about. He's only going for that descent because he knows there's too much of a crowd over the top side of the hill, and Dplus Kia is about to make it hurt. Levi somehow still holding by himself, but it will be Genfos putting up the pressure, and that is just enough for Dingo Sabers to crash out, but not without all these points. They secured a total of 8. Now Blue Squad also wants to be in the mix. Sticky grenades now popped up. Yet to see those big connections out of the stickies right at this moment, but here goes Mamparang holding down the line. A very tough angle, and these creases is just allowing him a little bit of a breather. Trezzy to also supplement whatever that he has. Flashbang right to the forefront. Somehow 7-9 keeping themselves afloat only for a couple more seconds, as that is going to be Dplus Kia putting them to sleep.
And the zone took out Wunti for the Vikings. A Dplus Care, they have RRQ still to clear off before they can claim this mountain for themselves. But, gonna monitor the next shift. It's gonna go 100% onto the Kaka mountain. So Dplus Care, if they're able to flash out the RRQ, they're gonna have a good dominance here on top of this mountain. Okay, one by one, they do have the numbers. But then again, the challenge is going to be the terrain. Here comes Fabian from the other side with the hovercraft, giving him extra protection. Nobu gets one. One more to go. That's going to be Genforce. All in on the Genforce right now. DBS gameplay by Osa to finish him off. Now, Dplus Kia, you'll be the king of the hill.
You know, you voted for Dplus Kia twice for today, and definitely you're spot on with your predictions. Now here comes Bull's corner challenge. Set up, almost securing it, but from the back, it's 4-5-6 in order to supplement the attack. And now, looking at the Battle of the King of the Hills, Vikings is the next one to be looking towards the direction of Dplus Kia. They still have a strong unit over on the spine. The rest happened weekend already. Only 6 more teams remain. Realistically, the only form of numbers that we're looking at healthy enough are from Nongshim as well as E Arena to eventually take the fight up to those members of DK. XZ turning his way all around, and it seems like they could still play from this far corner, and they don't really want to climb up the hill just yet.
I'm not going to jinx it, man. I'm not going to jinx it, all right? Just leave it as it is for now. We still have a total of 6 teams. Anything can happen. E-Arena, they've been rotating for the longest time, and now they decided to go to the foot of the hill. But if they decide to go up any further, then they will find resistance from another team. Something for them to consider carefully. But as long as they're in the circle, they'll be fine. The Vikings will be the one closest to E-Arena, but they don't have the numbers. It's only Superman and Break now. It's Break revived. It's time for him to heal up. Circle still 100% on that high ground. E-Arena slowly tracking up, but they have to win it against the Vikings if they want to go to the top.
This is going to be a tough challenge, though. Closing in the distance. Joker does have that grenade prepped up. I think he kind of knows where exactly to throw it, but it's just lobbed a slightly wide towards the angle. The grenade from Superman catches onto the buggy instead. He's going to go for another round this time. A little closer while the rest of Blue Squad is pushing the rest of E-Arena. This huge margins that we're looking at. And over on the flank, Blue Squad also getting ambushed by Nongshim.
Oh, and here comes NS Red Force. But now we're going to look at what's going to happen here with Superman. Superman still putting in a performance. Okay. Not cleared out yet, but he will secure this elimination point for his team. E-Arena still around the corner. Break at the top of this hill. But let's also monitor the situation of NS Red Force just behind E-Arena. They could come in and sandwich E-Arena.
Yeah, Break looking for the wonderful toss, but the tags are coming in. Dplus Kia still having the most elevated portion of the map. We see them taking hovercrafts over onto Mount Everest, something that we've never seen in real life. And this, guys, man. These guys are aliens. And I tell you this because Fabian, he's on the hovercraft again, looking to push downwards, and this is just going to give them plenty of cover. And now moving towards all the other over on the foothill, and this could just be an opportunity for Dplus Kia to close it over onto these two who's currently fending each other off.
Now we're at the top 5. But a lot of focus on the left side. So Dplus Kia, they're just gonna take advantage of the situation because all the attention is on that side. One nade to take down Break. And Superman is just too far away. Noble will come in to secure the elimination point. It's going to be 7 elimination points now for Dplus Kia. Noble cooking up his next nade. Now this will be familiar faces that Dplus Kia will be facing off his NS Red Force, the champions of their region. And Dplus Kia will want this revenge against NS Red Force.
This is the battle of the Korean Titans right now. In order to seize whatever space that they have over onto the Cloud Mountain.
Whoa!
And that nade from Nobu will just call up whatever Nongshim has to offer, and now only down to 1. Doxy, the last member remaining. There's a couple attacks coming through. He ran out bullets going for a recharge. He still got it in return.
Ooh, and Dplus Kia, they're on a rampage. 4v1v1. Unless a big upset can happen. Oh, make that a 4v1 right now. Uniazaphobia against the global champions, Dplus Kia. He does have the high ground though. And Dplus Kia, they don't know where he is. He sees Chips. Chips. Okay, that's going to be a starter for him. He will eliminate Chips immediately, but that's a signal to Dplus Kia to now check their back. Azaphobia is there.
And then right with the flank, also coming in with his angles of his own. Noble quicker on the buggy, as this is just going to be a hunt for the final member of BTR. Last stand, and Noble goes down. Here comes Iza fighting off against the rest. They're taking this hovercraft all the way down under.
Okay.
And this might just be a huge clutch coming in, but not apparently so. Another chicken dinner in the back for Dplus Kia.
Dude, Dplus Kia again. And it's not like they win this with a small amount of eliminations. They got more than 10 eliminations. The global champions, Annyeonghaseyo, your oppas, Dplus Kia, ladies and gentlemen. Still not slowing down at all. They started off the day well, and now they end the day with a chicken dinner. Nothing stops Dplus Kia. Look at the amount of eliminations. 13 eliminations. That's 23 points in the final round.
Somebody give this guy's tickets to the global stages already, man. Like, Dplus Kia have shown that they are a cut above the rest. Nobu again and again. Look at the amount of absurd damage that he caused against all the rest of the field. And they weren't exactly the first over the hillside. They had to kind of fight their way through from the far western plains and then claim territory, and just with great amount of all these resistance to not only defend but to also push through all the teams that came before that was holding you to the peak. And just like that, they overwhelmed the competition with 3 chicken dinners a day, besting their record from yesterday.
Oh man, this is crazy. You pointed out right, they bested their record yesterday. Out of 4 rounds today, 3 chicken dinners. They end the day with a smile. Man, I just want to say, right, I had Korean for lunch. Just saying,
Wow.
just saying.
No wonder you said it was spicy. I mean, I kind of gotta use some of that for my throat later. Maybe it will clear it up for me.
Or maybe some nice herbal soup in Kapong. I'm just saying, just putting it out there.
Sounds good.
Well,
Well,
looks like the top 2 teams to watch here are both from South Korea, Dplus Kia and NS Red Force, and followed by a BTR. Finally, we see them up here as one of the teams to watch, with the final player, whoever he is. At least he stole away like 2 points from Dplus Kia. So that's not too bad. And we also have RRQ up here as well as part of our teams to watch, our top 4 teams here. What's impressive is that BTR only had a full squad time of 11 minutes 45 seconds, but still able to place themselves up here in the top 4.
That's right, and RQ really fought tooth and nail for that spacing, and they got quite an amount of elimination points. And look at Dplus here, a total of 13. So that's a 23-pointer chicken dinner for them. Bigatron by Vitality, they only managed to squeeze in to secure themselves not only the position but also 3 elimination points. Of course, it may look like a far cry of a difference, but this means a whole lot to BTR in the form of regaining whatever kind of positions that they kind of lost out for the couple of rounds. So MVP, no questions asked, definitely has to be Noble.
Frontman of Squid Game. The frontman of Dplus Kia. Noble, the top fragger here, 6 eliminations, 1,092 damage to his name. Sexy numbers all around, and obviously he survived towards the end. 11 utilities used. What else can I say about this guy, right? I mean, this guy, top prodigy player, playing for Dplus Kia, global champion at a very, very young age. And now he's still the top MVP in this tournament. Followed by 33. Not too familiar who this player exactly is, but I guess he had some inspiration from Korea. It looks like Korean symbols that he used in his name. And then we have 2504, and then a mysterious player from D Xavier, and whoever Azaphobia is. Guys, can we get an explanation on who these players is? They've been performing well. We want to know who they are.
Well, you're not wrong when you call Noble the frontman, because these guys, they come in numbers, and it's like, I dictate whatever numbers you put on the field because I run the show. And rightfully so. Great chicken dinners, they're clearly winning out the rest of these group stages. I feel like you can just allow them to just take a break for one day, and they will still qualify. Like, we still have a few more days to go, but at this work rate, I don't think anyone's catching up other than, you know, maybe a handful like MVKE, arguably even Voin Donkey that isn't exactly performing today. So realistically, this is the only team right now cutting closer and closer to 200-point margin.
Yeah, they should be like somewhere. Yeah, they should be very, very close. Okay, I wouldn't want to do the math, right?
160, maybe.
Yeah, they should be around like 160 or so. Imagine this: 8 games, you score 160. That is insane numbers. That's an average of like what? 4 games, 60 points. That's crazy. Okay. 137. It's still an insane number, considering that I've only played 8 games. 4 yesterday, 4 today. Solid number 1. They're ahead by like what? 60 points in front of MVKE.
Well, if you think about it, these teams have to be grateful that this is not the Smash rule just yet for today.
Oh.
Because it's pretty much over if you have Dplus Kia performing like this on the Smash rule. And who knows? It might just be a 3-game finish if it's going to be Dplus Kia doing exactly just this over the course of the finals.
Hey, if it's exactly this, it's like 2 games and we're done with the show. And we're like, okay, guys, we still have time to see the sunset. So, you know, we'll see you guys next round. Sort of thingy. But we also got to give it to NS Red Force. A huge lead for them. 6 notches up with 10 points collected. So they're at number 12 right now. So great work there by the other South Korean team. On page number 3, well, some of these teams did play earlier on, including Vampire Esports, who only scored 1 point, but they dropped 3 notches to page 3 here. And some of these teams did not play the previous round. So like Talon, got to be fair to them. They'll be back in the following round, and they have a chance to come out of this 3rd page that nobody wants to be in.
Yeah, what's also surprising to me is that I look at Horaa Esports stats as well. Game 1 looking great. I think like rest, they're losing a little bit of that grip. So we'll see. They're going to be playing after this, I hope. So we'll be coming shortly back here in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere, as you don't want to miss our final run for the night.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Okay, all right. People, I think everyone that's competing will be breathing a sigh of relief that Dplus, yeah, they're done for the day, all right? They're done with the 4 games, 3 chicken dinners from the 4 games. They'll be taking a break, let others play it out, all right? Just like how Shaolin Soccer would say, you know, go you tech 4. You know, that's how it's scenario. So, well, for any one of you, if you know the reference, put it in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. We're still here at the desk together with you. My name is Dplus, together with my wonderful buddy here, Contra, who can't wait to get his dinner that's waiting for him downstairs.
Well, I'm sure that you probably will have your dinner prepared as well, unless you're hoping to fast the rest of the night. I don't know if there's space for supper for you, but I know for a fact that some of these guys here in the lobby has been hungry because Dplus Kia has taken away a bulk of their food right now. So now that they kind of left some crumbs, it's only down to group green and yellow to secure the final chicken dinner for tonight.
Oh man, here we go again. Hey, I gotta say thanks to Dplus Kia, Nobu, Osal, especially awesome guy. Thank you for giving me my correct prediction on day 1. But now, who will it be? Oh man, this is hard. Do you have a team in mind?
It's kind of tough right now. Is MVK still playing this group? Nah.
No.
Nah.
Nah.
I'll let you go ahead, man.
Oh man. Oh, okay. Experts putting in the red robots, BTR. Okay.
How about
Okay. Put it in.
okay. I think I'm going with, if they're playing this round, I gotta take a look back into that to remember. I'm going for Talon if they're playing.
They are.
Okay.
Okay.
I just feel like they're trying, and like so long as they're trying, things could look pretty good for these guys, as they do have some bright potentials. It's just that they went in to challenge, a couple of all these teams, and now that there is still, APG involved, I think like perhaps there is still a chance where it still could be a very daunting task. So have you decided what to go for?
Yeah. I want to see more of T24. So let's bring on 4 Thrives. Let's go.
Oh, very, very good option. I mean, they've been doing so well back in Miramar, and I think that you're absolutely onto something right now.
Oh yeah, T24, the man that brought the clutch, the man that brought the points to 4 Thrives. I want to see more of that, and maybe that chicken dinner this time. So let's see. BTR, they have been having a quiet day though. But our expert predictions are telling that, you know what? BTR normally takes a while to warm up, and maybe after looking at the previous round, they got a second place. The warm up is done, so BTR is going to bring the business this round.
Oh yeah, and I think like it's high time that they do so, because when we take a look at, some of the results for certain teams, it's kind of dismal, being honest with what's currently happening within the field. But one last hurdle, they gotta ensure that they tidy things up, as there's only very few chances left for some of these guys when it comes down to the rest of the days that is still being offered throughout the upcoming matchups that we're getting from tomorrow onwards.
Well, tomorrow is going to be a different story, because today we still have this one final match that will be played inside of Miramar. Let's see who will score the final chicken dinner for today. But of course, if we were to review the top players, the top stats, it's going to be Dplus care all around. You're going to see lots of Osa, you're going to see lots of Nobu for sure. And in between, you're going to see Superman for MVKE. Oh, but East slides into one of our top headshots. So that's pretty interesting. Maybe that's a clue, because APG, they are playing this round.
Very, very interesting as to how well will they actually cope with this, because last we saw there was that hot drop that moved into Jamasera. Are they gonna go against another hot drop? It's going to be a very, very big question right now. And looking at this current situation, doesn't seem like it's gonna be the case. Or could I be wrong? Yep, I'm absolutely wrong, because it's happening all over again. And this time around, it's gonna be Talon opening up their account, it seems, and first blood already being claimed by APG.
Yeah, with a knife. So that's a statement there from Talon to APG that they want Chumasera for themselves. Ahsoka is not going to be at Chumasera. It's going to be centered around St. Martin. So teams will need to travel up north this time. So APG, they want revenge for their fallen comrades. Approaching is going to be Refuse from behind. And Talon, they don't really know. Okay, and he does it with Scar L. Great weapon, but oh! What? Flick by Yoru to knock him down before he was able to knock anyone at all. And now Zio goes down too, to the hands of Axel. It's only East left. One against the world.
It feels like the rest of APG have awoken the bees from within Talon. Because last round, they got their crates being sprayed out after getting aced. And they're not going to have any of that happening again. This time, Rebel will secure it, at APG crashes out so early into the match.
And Talon wins this one. So at least for today's stats is a 1-for-1. APG, they won the previous Miramar match between them. And this time it's going to be Talon. But on the elimination feed, looks like D Xavier in the fight with A1. And it's happening inside of Los Leones. Even in such a big city, they could still clash. So I guess someone overstepped. Speaking about overstep, old man Manpa overstepped himself into Blue Squad's arena and he got eliminated. So that's 7-9, losing their OG player at the very beginning of this match.
Yeah, kind of tough. I mean, it seems like he hasn't really set foot deep into some of the compounds yet. So Blue Squad happy to take claim. And Noel, waste no time. He's gonna go all the way aerial to see if he could spot out maybe the rest of these members of 7-9. So right at this moment, I guess that it won't be all too risky, as it's gonna be pretty hard to, get any form of all these players to be getting that hyper accuracy on a fast moving plane. Seems like he spots no one, but probably Blue Squad can just easily use this glider to regroup or even plan their route ahead. Something that I wish more teams actually do with the gliders that's being introduced into the match, a couple seasons ago. And, it's always fun to see.
Oh yeah, and speaking about the glider, right? So over time, when the glider was first introduced, it was very hard to control. So that's how we see, like, when players use it, you tend to see like, oh, they're either not able to get off the ground or they tend to crash here and there. But certain updates over time allows the glider to be controlled easier. And because of that, we start to see like a lot more players using the glider to their advantage in different situations. But Longshin, Red Force, no advantage here against E Arena. He got the first knock. Mormon could get a double here. He needs to fend it off for himself. And looks like he will. Getting a second one. Doxy will fall. Teasy, very low, but that is a sneaky move by Teasy.
Yeah, very, very efficient work coming out there. And now going for the recovery is a Molotov thrown right down under. Not really catching any of these members in flames just yet, but they are low enough for the rest of Irina to go in for the full challenge. And that grenade clips over onto Doc. Teasy looking for that recovery. Binny is gonna need to really step it up in order to salvage the situation. XZ still on his knees. A very risky play from both sides. Joker, first a knock, and 30K to seal the deal, looking for the final player, and just like that, knocks in Red Force out of the match, and it seems like it's not over yet. These guys are ferocious. E Arena.
Oh, calm down, people. But A1 can't calm down right now against D Xavier as Hitman. With the DVS gameplay, managing two players of D Xavier. He needs backup soon. Goes into the building, gets Paradin. Looking for his next target. Dancing around, he sees his target across the building. Now circles around on the outside right now. With two bullets, 2504, he fires back, but finally countered by Sinister. Now D Xavier only has that one active player left. Where is he? Okay, that's gonna be Levi's. It's the tryout here with the short toss nades. Does connect the Levi's. Forces Levi to use the medkit.
Almost getting clipped by that grenade as well. Levi's now on the push as the door shuts on him, but not quite enough to take him down. Perfect maneuver coming out of the finest of Vietnam. And lo and behold, still a lot more to be played out here for the meantime. Hitman now charge up ahead. Sinister's got that grenade. Levi's, what more can he do? It feels like he's running out of that space. Mela on the other side finds a member out of Team Secret. It's Hitman. Now charging right through, and another punish! Sinister now running low on those bullets. Gotta recover. Two more, and oh my word! Last one! And he secured it for the Saber to stay alive.
Oh, but the action's not over yet. Now we have Kinotrope Gaming versus Vampire Esports. Kinotrope with only 200 players. Tamra with the SFK. Vampire Esports on the other side. Mark takes a lot of damage. Moves to the second floor, but he found his target. That's going to be one down onto the ground. Mark with only 10% of health, still able to secure those elimination points. Here comes Schweppes with 40% of health. Dances around onto the outside. He found another target. And there's going to be Mark healing up right now. He has to do it fast as Schweppes is also very, very low. But John from DC came in. third party and his team Sacred to wipe them all off. To be exact, only drunk. Oh, but the fight's not over yet. Here comes Talon.
Talon looking to secure the deal. They got amped up after taking down all the members of APG. They're thinking that they're on clear, and here comes the jump shot! The damage done! And oh, so close, but not quite enough. Yoru, he managed to weather the storm. Such a close call. It could have been the entirety of Team Secret out.
Dude, that would have been something out of a movie if you got that clutch after doing that move. Blue squad in the blue. Long range knock. They still have two active players going up against Voin Donkeys. Could be Indonesia versus Indonesia here. Set up at the high ground. M249 gameplay. Using it in the long range. Lots of recall there. He tries to get out the Xbox. He does manage to clip a bit of health off the Xbox. 50% of health left. Oh, Zeta. Taking it slowly but surely. And he's going to finish it off with a nade. Cooking it up. Xbox healing. Will he be able to heal up in time at least? Zeta. Snake not landing. And he will be countered by Xbox with a DBS.
Now, great reposition coming out of Xbox right now. The rest of Blue Squad's gets to recover. Really losing out Hexus and looking sneakily, quickly swinging over on the side of Vexy. I mentioned that we haven't seen too much out of Vexy, and now we actually get a glimpse, but not for too long. Marinette now popping up, taking one member out of BTR. And so far, looking stellar as Blue Squad paves their way. Now it's only up to Razak in between these members of Blue Squad.
Well, Razak is tanking out the blue though. But while that's happening, oh, BTR again. Down to the final player. Azaphobia again this time. 1v1 against Reboy from Talon. Reboy not sticking around. So Azaphobia, no real reason for him to pull the trigger. But come on, pull the trigger. T24 pulled the trigger somewhere else, and Razak could not pull the trigger in time. It's got eliminated by Blue Squad.
In which Yangon Galacticos got themselves pretty much pinched in between a tough position where they're getting pincered between both Arena as well as 4 Tribes. Falak looking to find the angles up against Say Cloud and the rest of Arena. Hurt those shots as well. Trying to challenge over on the spine of this hillside. Doesn't seem like they've gotten all too much of a reprieve. And that Molotov tossed perfectly. There's just nowhere to go. Falak secures it by the end of it.
Oh, and Falak wants to secure that elimination point. But Contra, if you gotta think about it, we're only at stage 2. And now we have 8 teams left. This round is so fast and it's not stopping yet. T24 wants to secure that elimination point. 30k now down on his knees. 4 tries, they move in. This point is very likely to be theirs.
Very likely so, and I believe these teams are rushing it out. They definitely had a very long day, and everyone needs a little bit of breather. But of course, rush hour means that we're going to get a whole lot of chaotic fights all around. And with the circle going all the way up north is looking to be a little bit dicey, a little bit more challenging. Very similar as to the game that we saw, the first claim to the Chickaneer coming from Dplus Kia. Good news is that, you know, these guys are not here, so they don't really have to worry too much about that. But 7-9, they got some good ground for the north. They're still trying to reposition. Boom Esports now having themselves split 2-2 formation. BTR having a member over onto the west side. 4 Tribes needing to push in. They're going to wait it out for a little bit before recommitting.
Let's hope that Blue Squad can tank out the blue now. But while that's happening, Talon try to fend off Yangon Galacticos passing by. Yangon Galacticos, after the few warning shots, they definitely won't stop there. Really wants to take this high ground. But it's more of scouting out the information in case Yangon Galacticos decide to stop by. But the fact of the matter is that they didn't. So Talon has this compound for themselves. And Yangon Galacticos, only 2 players, they will play super duper safe. They found a compound. They found a safe haven. No other team around their area. So they'll be okay here for now.
It'll be fine for the moment. But the question is for how long? It seems like Yangon Galacticos could have possibly utilized some of all these compounds just to hold out because they've already got decent enough of that position for the moment. Roman Boy so far buying the most time in order to get those survival points, whereas Murdat, main fragger for the squad, needing to once again prove that they have what it takes. Yangon Galacticos currently holding on to number 3. Number 4 for 4 Tribes as they're currently just 3 points up against each other. So still going to be a little tough to see who's going to be able to come up ahead. And with half of the lobby absolutely gone, it's really for a pick of any one of these teams. So we will definitely see either some of the mid-tier teams over on leaderboards to be climbing up, or Glue Squad to also be matching up to the Temple because they've already got 5 points so far in the form of eliminations. So they're definitely looking to rack more.
And they're still the only team in the blue though. So last we saw they were traveling from the south, still tanking the blue. So I wonder how far are they from the circle at this point. Because as we approach stage number 4, then the blue is going to hurt. And Talon scouting up for their next position, preparing themselves for stage 4 that will happen in about 10 more seconds. Here comes the countdown. Let's see where the zone will go. Okay, welcome Glue Squad, passing by Hacienda. But will they still need to move? And circle slightly towards the northern side. And yes, Glue Squad will need to move forward.
Interesting notion. Take a look at the position of Talon so far. As much as they are in the center, this is going to be the junction where a lot of teams will be bypassing. It's either majority of these teams will be flushing towards the direction, or B, they're the ones who clip all of them out. And I remember a lot of the games where 4 Tribes actually win out from that northern position, which is going to be a very good placement to be for the members of 4 Tribes, is a lot of all that space over our northern section is going to be absolutely playable, at least for the meantime. So we'll have to see how will they actually fend off, especially later on up against Yangon Galacticos or so. Yangon, the only team on the far southeast, so they can solely play for those positions. And now, just a little calm before the storm, as there's plenty of space, only at stage 4 with 8 teams, so they could just go at it as much as they want.
Yeah, because there was like there were a lot of teams that got eliminated. Like until stage 2, we have 8 teams left. So that's why now there's a lot of space. Plus, this is the biggest map. So that's why these teams, they have these spaces to decide on, like, okay, we don't want to take unnecessary fights. Let's just move into safer areas. But Glue Squad, they found a safe area, but they're going to share it with the final player of BTR. I wonder if they know. Based on their movement, they seem that they don't know that that one player of BTR is here. Maybe Noel does. Okay, Noel heard the footsteps. And here we go. It's going to be Noel, the Red Ranger, trying to find that tag, but not able to. So Azar, the final player, the player that got them the 2nd place finish in the previous round, now needs to pull up another big clutch here against GLU.
Yeah, he's just being burned to ashes right there. Great work coming from Noel, using all the utilities just to flush out his position. And look at 4 Tribes so far, having so much of the space that they're confident enough to just get a little glimpse of everything. And as much as it looks like a flat ground from the view above, it's not exactly the case. I mean, take a look at how well they've been able to really put themselves into the position. A lot of all these players of 4 Tribes can still afford to really take some of all these angles in order to make it work out. So lovely stuff coming in from 4 Tribes. The rest of the arena just hunkering down, making sure that Glue Squad does not make their way across.
Yeah, and all of them are taking their own space. So I believe that stage number 4, we won't see the big fights. Now that everyone's in the circle. At most, these small rotations of scouting out for their next move, and that's about it. Oh, but Noah gunned down Joker. But I believe that's one of those long range. So Joker should be back up. Shouldn't be a problem for E Arena. But
yeah,
stage 5, that's where I believe that we will see a lot more fights happen.
Very likely so. As the current stalemate will come to a close. Like you said, stage 5. All these teams are going to be looking for the position. Now, for Tribes, as much as they have a little leverage, they now need to fight against Sem9 if they want the high ground. This possibly is the best chance possible for some of these members of Sem9 if they want to claim any glory. So we'll have to see how well can they actually defend that high ground terrain.
Yeah, they can play on the lower ground as well, so they do have options. No, we need to push the high ground, but of course, if they want to get the best positions possible, then getting the 7-9 position will be kind of nice. But I wouldn't be too worried about them. I guess if we want to put more attention is to the teams on the south because they don't have the circle. Boom Esports at E Arena. But Boom, they might decide to like, okay, you know what? We want to gain our momentum back. Our position is not that great. We're at number 16 overalls right now. Let's play a little bit safe. Okay, 4 tries. They choose to defend the ground against Blue Squad, and here comes the fight on the outside of the circle.
A great catch coming from Naki. That will tack one out of the side of Blue Squad for the moment. T24 now looking for a little bit more of that spacing, forcing it up against those members of 7-9 U-High. Forced to retreat, and it seems like there's not going to be all too much space for U-High to work with. Running right through this crosshair, and Trexie covering that fire range, and Falak has to pull all the way back. He'll go to Bucky, by the way, and they will just continue on with the journey, traversing right across.
And not interested to fight on the outside. So they rather convene together on the inner side circle, which I think is a good move. Because if you fight on the outside, if the fight extends, this is stage 5, the blue will hurt, and it becomes a lose-lose situation. So might as well, you know, you have a marker inside, just join back together with your teammates, and then you think about, okay, maybe we can try to defend from the inner side instead, which is not too bad. Gives them a lot of advantage. But once they went in, then they had to face off against E Arena from afar, and another close team that had the high ground earlier, that's Sem9.
Yeah, and on top of that right now, plenty of all these terrains for them to really take cover. Sem9 does have to compound, so they're definitely feeling a little bit more confident to eventually defend off against even the likes of Naki that has been a thorn in their flesh for quite some moments now. It doesn't seem like there's just all too much of an avenue in order to really pick apart those members of E Arena. So they're just going to be hugging by these creases for the meantime. And it seems like 456 found himself a little bit of a care package to replenish the stocks and amplify his firepower. So down to stage 6 for some of these teams to settle things with. Boom Esports still 4 members strong. I think they will have significant impact if they go unnoticed, but most likely they're not. Talon Esports will still be looking to, you know, cause a little bit of that dent. And there's still YG that will be having maybe just a little bit of that area of that warehouse to play with. So not the most shabby, but not the best situation either. Boom Esports kind of locked into the position. And like I said, Talon has already spawned them, so it's a very rough position for Boom Esports to even consider setting foot even deeper to the field.
Ooh. But the circle now is divided. Because of that road in between, you got the left side, you got the right side, and E Arena is right in the middle on the lower ground. Noel knocked down by Yoru. Not yet eliminated. Yoru tries to finish him off from afar, but it's going to be quite difficult with this distance for him to get a good clear shot. But that's okay. That will wear down the utilities of Blue Squad by at least a little. But Blue Squad having a hard time. It's not only Talon, but now even 4 tries will try to stop them from coming in. And even harder if Noki gets to blow up this vehicle.
Yeah, Naki so far has been doing a lot of damage just by spraying them from all across. Rebo somehow finds the member of Blue Squad, Axel as well, hitting the headshot. And there's just no space whatsoever. Naki's going to be able to seal the deal. A dominating round for 4 tries. And like you suspected, these guys absolute maestros when it comes down to Miramar.
Well. Not gonna jinx them. It's not over till it's over. We still have a lot more teams to go. A lot more players, including Boom Esports, still with the full squad. And they stood quiet. They're on the right side of the circle. Fourth rise closest to Talon right now. Gonna be the next focus. Talon. Red Boy Yazad releases a couple of bullets onto Talon. Onto fourth rise, now revealing his position. So what are they going to do? They're going to try to find this wraparound against fourth rise, it seems.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the main option for them for the moment. Whereas Talon Esports, best chance right now. 6 points in the bag. And other than that, those other rounds has been a very, very tough pill to swallow for many occasions. It seems to me that there's just not much that they could actually put up for the past couple rounds, and this is where they have to fight 4 tries for it. 7-9 right now, still holding firm over on to those compounds. Doesn't seem like they're going to be sending their outskirts yet. Joker now spots both of the members of Yangon Galacticos, and this could be very well a chance to wipe them up and secure a top 5 finish.
Okay, here comes the movement of E-Arena. Only 2 players left. Stage 7 upon us. How will the circle shift? Who will be favored by it? This will be the big question. Looks like it goes towards... Okay, it's in the middle. There's still that road. But the high ground where 4 tries is at. If they can secure that spot, it will be great for them. Okay, but before that, they have to deal with 7-9. They got Yu Hai while he was trying to get into the circle. But 7-9, they still have 1 more player in the building. Or make that 2. Viren and Drexy. 4 tries, all in focus onto them. Drexy goes down to the hands of T24. And 1 more. And there goes 7-9. Number 6 with 1 elimination point.
Wow, look at the crazy coordination. They just made it work like a clock ticking so seamlessly. Fallout for this time getting tagged by the member of Irina. Joker hiding by the valleys. And this might just actually put him into a really tough spot, and yes, it will. Fog goes in for that quick recovery of the exchange. And doesn't matter if he does not have that front wheel, because 4 tribes so far on an absolute tear. And this is going to be another one that they could potentially overwhelm the rest of the competition. Boom Esports is going to challenge that statement. As we speak of it, this have a member being tackled from the back, and now Talon Esports right to the forefront to look for a grand challenge to slowly overwhelm them one after another.
Oh, Falak got Romeo boy. Okay, but Falak now coming in. They need to save Noki. But they gotta be careful because Axel is there at the forefront. T24 has to come in as well to provide extra support. Axel trying to land his shots. 4 tries. Closing in, but Noki is still on the ground. Bleeding up, 50% of health left. Molly sent across just to stop Falak from moving forward onto Axel. Look at the big turnaround here by T24. And Yoru got spotted out by Octa. Boom Esports. They came in from the other side. Giving 4 tries a hand.
Well, just like that, with them being sandwiched in between, they got depleted. And right now, it's already 10 points for 4 drives. 0 right now, getting those beautiful angles. And that is the rest of Talon Esports. Only selling for 4th. And that quick exchange sees Fallout once again hitting the marker. This fight between the two yet to be concluded. 2 members of YG staying absolutely silent. When exactly do they want to join in the fold while Mastery holding them by the corner? The 2 members of 14 do not fully step out for it in the meantime. They really have to see if they have just about enough resources to eventually kill some trades up against Boom's Esports right now. Octa responding in time. 0 now this time, getting a little pickup. And this could be a very good chance. And there you go. T24 looking around with a grab grenade. this is looking to be halted as the rest of Esports got shredded out by T24.
Again, T24, this time with a sneaky move onto Boom Esports, eliminating them. Now they need to focus on the final two players of Yangon Galacticos to claim this chicken dinner. Balak and Noki now in the forefront. He got Romeo Boy. Myrna is going to be the final player of Yangon Galacticos now against the four players of fourth prize. Fourth prize, time to claim that chicken dinner. And fourth prize with T24 did not disappoint. Fourth prize, closing of the day with this chicken dinner for themselves.
Absolutely bonkers. These guys are unstoppable. You saw so many times that they were being pressurized by Talon Esports, and the moment some assistance come in from inside of Esports, that's all they needed because they have that intel. And after that, you saw it was not even a challenge at all. And T24, the man, the myth, the legend, today is a perfect day for him to really frag out, and he took matters to his own hands. And as a matter of fact, it wasn't just himself. Everyone was working at an insane rate. Fallout with 5, Naki with 5, and so far they look so confident playing in this matchup.
Ooh, with 16 eliminations this round, 26 points together with the chicken dinner for fourth prize. And thank you, fourth prize, for that one prediction. I scored 2 today, yay. Inspired by Dplus care, hashtag done claim.
I think we should rename you to Experts Opinions because you've been really hitting it perfect to the dot right now. And, you know, Four Tribes, we know that they've always been some of the very best in Miramar. And this is just a statement run. I think, like, a lot of the times that we see a northern ending with Four Tribes in the zone, they always secure at least a top 2 finish. And this time, it was a convincing win. Like the way that they fought, you saw how Naki from even stage 3 or stage 4 have already been holding suppressive fire onto everybody on the field, and look at the damage. It's just unbelievable.
2,580 damage with 16 eliminations for fourth prize, being compared with Yangon Galacticos. 1,229 damage, 4 eliminations. But to be fair to Yangon Galacticos, they lost 2 players fairly early in this round. So with only 2 players, it was kind of hard for them to gain those eliminations to match up the fourth thrives. But the one that stepped up for fourth thrives this round is going to be the man, the myth, the legend himself, Falak. 5 eliminations, 816 damage as your MVP for this round.
Yeah, he's been absolutely on a tear, and for all these kind of angles that he's been able to really cover grounds whenever Naki gets occupied, he will really put himself into sometimes dangerous positions just to get the job done. And of course, you got to respect his hustle for that. On top of that, we saw that push coming from T24, and
whoa,
we just love it. 3 out of 4 out of these members of Four Tribes were the best performing players in this matchup.
Yeah, and then you have to have Drang from Team Secret in between with 100% team contribution. 5 eliminations brought by him to his team. The only player from Four Tribes that's not here as our top performance is that mysterious player that we don't know who his actual IGN is. Maybe you guys, if you do know, do leave it in the comment section. But Four Tribes, like what you said, all their players turned on in this round, breaking them 26 points in total. Followed by Yangon Galacticos 10 points and Talon Esports with 10. So that's the double-digit club. But it's just unfortunate for Voin Donkey. This round, they're the only team to not gain any points at all.
And on top of that, I don't think that it's been a smooth layout for Voin Donkey. I think in general, Voin Donkey has received less than 10 points. I can be corrected once we do take a look at the total reports, but 26 points for Four Tribes. I think that this could potentially put them really up and running for the top prize. I mean, not close enough to challenge the rest of Dplus Kia, but good enough for a top 3 if you ask me.
Oh yeah, and plus the objective is to be in the top 16, right? So surely this will solidify themselves in the top 16 without a doubt. Roughly, I guess they might be at number 2, but of course we'll get a confirmation in a bit once we look at the overalls later on. But we will need to take a bit of time for our officials to tabulate the scores because, of course, the scores are important, people. So we got to get that right. But 4th rise, what a nice ending this is, especially to Falak, who put up a performance. T24, we did see him put in a performance. It does feel like Miramar seems to be a map that they're comfortable with.
They definitely really stole the show. Even the last game that they didn't score the chicken dinner, 10 elimination points itself is no easy task when you end up at 11th spot. Overall MVP, I think no one has been able to match up to the tempo of play that Noble's working at. And this guy, he is just a confident monster, really rampaging all on the field where he's not only depending on those bullets, you take a look at the amount of utilities he puts out round after round. That's a total of 59. So each game that he plays, averagely he will expect at least 10 trobles to be used. Close on the thereabouts.
And I just had to look up, right? Like Noble, this year he's 19 years old. Already
19.
world champion. Just saying. What were you doing when you were 19?
Well, disappointing my parents, that's for sure.
That's the best answer I've heard so far. Oh man. 19 years old, world champion. Are you kidding me? His other teammate, Osal, is also very young. This year is 24, already world champion, obviously. So he will be paired up next to Nobu as the overall fraggers here. But the numbers of Nobu is just way ahead, right? He's ahead of Osal by 6 frags.
Yeah, and I guess eventually Osal's going to be having a game of his own to try to challenge Nobu on that race. Murnat still remains to be up there on the list, but Superman, out of the many names out there today, has been a field day out as he carries the flag of Vikings up to the chart. And like you said, the points were good enough with this chicken dinner for 4 tribes to claim that number 2 spot, knocking MVKE 1 spot down and many other names who did not manage to play much. Now, I mentioned Voin Donkey. Take a look at today's results. 0-3-1-0.
Oh,
so that's 4 points only. So they are really sliding off the list today.
but somehow they're still holding on to page 1. And I guess that's thanks to Dplus Kia, who pulled up a lot of points at the top. So because of that, they retained page 1. But page 2, the borderline. Okay, number 16 right now is Alpha Gaming, 34 points. But not too far away is BTR at number 15, and number 14 is NS Rip for 38 points. But Boom Esports, finally, they woken up. Okay, they had an okay round at match number 9, but match 12, 8 points. So this boosts them to number 12. So they're still the safe zone. The last page, this is the scary zone. You don't want to be here. And we got some of the top names, including Vampire Esports, E-Arena, Alter Ego. What are you doing here?
Well, I don't know, but somebody will eventually end up over onto the bottom layer of these final pages. But, you know, there's still a couple more days to go. So we'll see whether if VPE, Talon, Horaa, 7-9, E-Arena, Alter Ego arguably could recover. So, Claw Slayers, after 2 days of action, this is a very disappointing result. I mean, that's only 6 points. So, I'm not too sure what exactly is going on. We're not really seeing Luxy to be fielded. So, maybe, just maybe, when the push comes to shove, well, I say Luxy, I got the wrong brother. It's actually Zuxy that's in the team, right? So, I kind of want to see more out of these guys out there because we know that best isn't exactly being shown to us these past 2 days.
Yep, but we will still see the best of them tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Today's only day 2. We still have day 3 onwards. So make sure you guys tune in to tomorrow, same time, same channel. Don't forget to subscribe to Ruthless Hype Esports if you have not, for future updates as well, and so that you do not miss on the notification of tomorrow's live stream. That will be all for us at the Caster's Desk. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy here, Contra, who needs to catch his dinner. We'll see you guys in the future. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring.